Good morning, everyone. Great to see you. Oh, kind of doing some of this blind.
Fry TV says, yes, Eric was in the U.S. convoy.
Yes, I was. 6 months of my life. I was definitely one of the longer people that was there. Well, how's everybody doing on this fine, beautiful, what is it, Thursday? Thursday? Yeah. It's a little cold here. I had to bring my jacket. Oh. I missed, I don't have the chat up. I've just got the regular phone going. So let me pull up chat so I can see what that message or the other messages I missed this morning were. Unfortunately, I was signing in. Let's see what we got. Ooh. Alright, there we go. Fry.
James Bond says, good morning, Eric and Fry. Well done on defeating the hotel manager in a duel. LOL.
He was persistent. I didn't want to have to go to the point of, dude, this is just the way it's going to be. But that's how I had to handle it. Oh, Paul. Okay, hey, Paul, how you doing? Yep. Yes, I am, Paul.
Derek says, good morning, Fry, Eric, and Paul.
Good morning, Derek. How you doing? Oh, boy. Last day of work. I get Friday off. Yeah. I am so happy about that. I got so much other stuff I need to do. A planned day off is awesome.
Derek says, good morning, Chris. James Bond says, the young guy at the desk was cool. He could understand your side of the story. Glad you got a refund.
Yeah. I'm just, I feel a little silly because I expected the amount of money that we were talking about to be more substantial. When I actually got the refund and I realized...
6003, good morning, sir.
Good morning. When I ended up getting the refund and I realized we were only discussing $50, I was kind of like, whatever. It still wasn't right,
Derek
so I'm
says,
glad I got it back.
Just got out of therapy for my knee.
Gotcha. So we're going to be working in St. Nazianz.
That's Stanchilka 272 says, good morning, sir.
Yeah. We're going to be working in St. Nazianz again, so we're still going to be on the border of the Bermuda Triangle of Death.
Says, cheers at Fry TV. Hope your morning is good so far.
So we'll have to just see how cell service works today and go from there. I'm not 100% sure what we're doing today. The boss says it's going to be an early day, though.
1500 says, I'm doing okay, getting ready to go and take my chemo.
Oh, that's never good. Well, good luck with that, sir.
James Bond says, at Paul's case 1500, good to see you, hope all goes well with the chemo.
Yes, definitely. Seems like everybody's getting cancer these days. It's like, you'd almost swear it's like they're putting it out into the world for like population reduction or something. It's like everybody's getting it.
At Paul's case 1500 says, thank you, sir.
No problem. You're the one that's fighting through it. We definitely wish you the best. So, fun, when I get a chance. We got a new antenna in the mail yesterday that potentially I can put outside the truck. That might give us more camera angles outside the truck. Because that seems to be our problem, is getting the signal outside the truck. We're fine if we keep all the cameras and the phones and everything inside. But you guys want to see what's going on outside the truck. You know, when I have to get out and fix something, you know what I mean?
James Bond says, I think the food and water is being deliberately poisoned to give people cancer, as cancer medications are big money earners for the pharma companies. My late dad had it and meds made him worse, sadly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you think about it, you know, the way the population boom is going, you know, it's unsustainable. I mean, that's why they're looking at lab-grown meat and stuff like that.
The antenna will be great, Eric.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they're looking at lab-grown meat and stuff like that, and, you know, to sit here and produce more food for the people that we have. So, I mean, at some point, the governments are going to have to step in and try to figure out something, because unfortunately the planet and our food chain can't sustain more and more people. You know, it's the reality of the world. I know that was kind of doom and gloom, but you know, it is what it is. We hit you with a little bit of truth and reality. Schwap! Wake up. The government does not love you.
James Bond says, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at moving to Scotland as there's way too many people in England. 70 million inches England but only 5 million inches Scotland, and I like places where there's less people, lol.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy that you got so many people. here in Wisconsin, even like in Sheboygan.
At Sweets Things says, good morning all at Mechanic Eric America at Chris Ayers 007 at Fry TV sunny but chilly in Michigan.
Good morning, Sweets. I mean, Sheboygan itself has only got like a couple 100,000 people in the entire
James
city.
Bond says, at Sweets Things good to see you, hope all is well.
I mean, you get out to towns like this and there's like less than 100,000. There's lots of room for lots of people. It's a lot of farmland though. That's it's just weird how everybody, all these people always, like, they end up in cities and they end up on top of each other, and it's like, I don't know. I just want my little piece in the country.
James Bond says, I kid you not, I seen a man in London catch and eat a pigeon. That's the sort of people the government are bringing to the UK, haha.
Yeah. Did he at least cook it? Or did he do an Ozzy Osbourne and just, and go to town? That's the real question.
At Sweets Things says, Eric, I posted the link to the hotel talk with the manager.
Yeah, that's cool. Where did you post it? Here in the chat? I'm thinking I should rename that video. Something about, I don't know, something about them locking down the HDMIs, I don't know. Something maybe will pop a little bit more. Because that is pretty crazy that this hotel chain, which is going to be a Hilton, that's what he said, is purposely doing architecture to block you.
Haha, the video is on YouTube.
That's
Some
crazy.
Indian man who just got off the plane at Heathrow Airport, haha.
That's crazy. But like I said, that's just stupid that they would purposely do stuff to block you from using those ports. It's just stupid. I don't get it.
James Bond says, thanks at Sweets Things.
I don't know. What do you guys think I should title it?
Sweets Things says, yes, I posted it in the chat.
Gotcha. What do you think? What do you guys think I should title that video as? That talks a little bit more about the problem that they're starting to lock down your access to the HDMI ports at the hotels.
James Bond says, they are very mean when it comes to money. I think they wanted you to pay to watch their TV.
Yeah, but my understanding is, like I said, there's no options to like rent movies or anything through there unless they're adding that service. I mean, that kind of went away. that was a big thing back in the day, you know, if you wanted to rent a movie at the hotel.
Starkey 218 says, every hotel in California that I've been through, if it's not the shitty motels, you can't access their HDMI port at all.
That's silly. That's just silly. I don't get why they would do that.
Sweets Thing says, they may be blocking it so people don't set up video productions like filming and making porn.
You really don't need a monitor for that. I mean, if you're doing the whole production thing, you're going to have your camera and its little monitor thing, and I don't know. I mean, it cuts down on. Here's where I can see the problem.
James Bond says, Starkey 218, hello, good to see you.
Hey Starkey, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I think it has more to do with. Okay, let's say I've got this box, and I've got a setup where I'm streaming illegal TV and movies. Well, I'm using the hotel's Wi-Fi, so then the hotel gets letters about, oh, you're pirating content. And I can see that, you know. But in my case, you know, I'm connecting to my Plex server at my house. Or if I have my YouTube or my Netflix or, you know, HBO or whatever on my box, I'd be connecting to that. It's just more convenient because I don't want to put that on somebody else's device.
Starkey 218 says, hi Chris.
You know, I don't want to sit here and put my information on somebody else's device, you know what I mean? But I think maybe that's where the problem's starting to come in.
James Bond says, cheers Starkey.
People get these Fire Sticks or whatever, and they sit here and they put in their pirated app on there, and then they're streaming pirated TV and internet, or TV and movies. So that's my guess, because that's the motivation. Or it's just pure aesthetics. Some interior designer that, just like an engineer for automobiles, says, ooh, that looks pretty, with no idea of functionality. So, could be either way. Could be they're actively doing it because they want to block people from having access to the ports to cause less problems. Or it could just be, oh, that's pretty. I'd like to believe it's just, oh, that's pretty. You know.
Thomas Vermeeren says, hi y'all, I see and repeat to IRL at 2 times speed to don't miss a thing.
Gotcha. So yeah, like I said, we're working back in St. Nazianz again. We are literally almost there. We're 4 minutes away.
James Bond says, hello Thomas, welcome in. Starkey 218 says, it's really dumb that you can't access anything like that, because what if I want to carry my VHS player and watch old shows?
Well, their logic is that if you don't have access to it, you're just gonna suffer Because most people just, they don't like making waves. They're just going to be like, okay, well, I can't do
Thomas
it.
Vermeeren says, I go back to home now at public bus 66. I'm outside.
Gotcha. Here's the gas station we did.
Thomas says, soon 3:30 p.m. CEST and DSTST at.
There's the gas station we just did not that long ago. Oh.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Chris. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Skynet, the AI Overlord, commands you.
Derek says, sometimes I like to make waves.
Oh, I love to make waves. I love to make waves when I know I'm right, you know? When I've got principle on my side and the fact that I know, you know, that I'm in the right, I love to sit here and flex. All right, we got to get out and unload the trailer. I don't have the external antenna up, so, you know, you guys.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, nice road here I see.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back once I get the equipment off the trailer, guys. And it's cold. I brought my jacket today. I'm putting it on. I ain't freezing my butt off.
James Bond says, yes I Overlord haha. Choctaw County says, good morning. James Bond says, at Choctaw County Wick 8362 morning. Derek says, yeah I do too Eric. I sometimes make waves even if I could be partially wrong. Avatar10 says, "Hey bro, I enjoyed your stream fire. I had some suggestions I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam your chat. Let's chat on Discord. Toffer 6. Derek says, "Good morning everyone I missed in the chat." At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Good afternoon to and good morning to." Derek says, "Good afternoon Thomas." Choctaw County says, "People using microwave pulse weapons hit me every time I went to sleep. I got about 10 minutes sleep total." At Thomas Vermeeren says, I am IRL. Bus coming soon. Choctaw County says, shock my feet all the time, not funny. James Bond says, okay Thomas. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, nice road today. He. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, yes indeed. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Nguyen. Chris, about 4 minutes my bus. At Thomas Vermeeren says, TNX McLean, afternoon here, no problem. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren okay. James Bond says, aha Thomas LOL.
I'm almost back.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeuren OK. James Bond says, everything looks so peaceful there. Here in England people be smashing up cars and looting nowadays, haha.
Gotcha. Well, you should come to Wisconsin. It's cold though. It gets cold. But during the summer we usually have decent temperatures. We stay 70s, lower 80s. You know, it's not like a lot of places where it's 90, 100 all the time. We've got pretty mild summers.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, oh, we lost connection. Time for swimming. Yeehaw.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason the S23, the AT&T phone had disconnected. So I noticed that when I got over here. I was like, oh, that's
James
not
Bond
good.
says, ah, that's better, we are back.
Yeah. So it looks like we're doing a repair job. Sounds like we didn't have good enough foundation underneath this driveway, so we're going to end up tearing it up.
Says, back on track.
Yeah. I got to make a phone call. I forgot my headset again. Oh. I need to just get another trucker headset, one that I know I can just leave in the truck. Been meaning to do that. Alright.
James Bond says, yet I will have to ask a company for sponsorship for work. It looks like paradise compared to where I live. I kid you not, Eric. I don't need to go to India or Pakistan now, as that's what UK is, haha.
I feel ya. Alright, I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
At Sweets Thing says, okay, my lawn guy is here. I've got some stuff to do. I'll check back. Bye for now. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi sa team lads the newie. At Stanchilka 272 says, bye sweets. James Bond says, nothing against those people as they are trying to better themselves. Problem is the UK government has lost control of the borders completely. We had another 700,000 arrive in 1 year. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi to Stan too. At Chris Ferry says, good morning Eric chat. James Bond says, at Chris Ferries and at Stanchilka 272, good to see you both, welcome in. At Stanchilka 272 says, hey everyone.
Okay, we back. We back, we here, we alive. Here's the antenna. Oh, this is so janky. The stupid amount for the antenna ended up being aluminum. So I was sitting here going, okay, well, how am I going to make this work at least temporarily? So I ended up, please check disc. I don't have a disc in there. Oh, the radio's acting stupid. The radio thinks I'm putting a CD in the CD player. So I don't know if TTS stopped working or whatnot, but so yeah, so I got this antenna and it's got an aluminum mount, and I'm like, I was gonna go to Harbor Freight and pick up some type of magnet that I could bolt to this or glue to it or something that I could like stick it on anywhere on the truck. And unfortunately, I was on Tommy Tempers last night talking with Fry and a couple other people, and I didn't realize that Harbor Freight closes at 8, not 9 o'clock. So I'm all making a butt out of myself. I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta get to Harbor Freight before they close. I get to Harbor Freight. It's literally 8:01 and they're closed because they closed at 8. Like, are you kidding me? So yeah, we're gonna take off this antenna. I don't know if anybody's even there. So we're taking off this antenna. And we're going to put on this antenna. I dropped that one. Now, the other point that Fry made was we don't know...
James Bond says, nice, hopefully you don't get struck by lightning like Back to the Future, haha.
I got a lot of antennas, man. There's antennas all over the damn place. So yeah, now we got an antenna outside the truck. As janky as this is, it's not going to be an antenna that's going to just stay on the truck. It's going to be when we're sitting here and I'm going to go outside. We're going to try. Messing with cables and wires. I don't know what happened. Let's see. It is not happy. Things are not happy.
Share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yeah, it's not happy that I did this. Let's see. It is not happy. Things are not happy. Okay.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah, things not happy that I did this. Let me see what's going on here. Details. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. This is weird. All right, I'm going to restart this app. Don't go anywhere. You see a black screen, but we'll be right back. There we go. We got the S23 back. Okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Oh, it's so goofy. Ah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. All right. So we got this camera. Oh, I didn't know it had marks on it. Still works fine for me, so I don't care. Look, it's my boss. It's the boss man. All right, let's go to DJI devices, camera. We're gonna put it on the 5G because that's the thing. We don't know if it's 5G. Here comes the boss. I'm gonna mute you guys for a second. Yeah, he heard you on the TTS. He said good day back to you. So I've got to go and I got to put a valve on and he get me a new key. All right, let's see if this thing's live streaming. Oh, it'd help if I turn the camera on. There we go. Failed to live stream? No way. It helps if the camera's on. Connecting to Action 5, or Action 4, sorry, Action 4. Preparing to live stream. Setting up Wi-Fi. Streaming. Mine still says preparing to stream. Come on.
James Bond says, awesome, cheers to Elijah.
Yeah. Preparing to stream. I got a feeling I need to change the network. Let's see. Let's see. No, that should be the IP address. That looks good. Maybe it's this one.
James Bond says, and the boss is a Ford guy too. Awesome.
This is his first Ford. I mean, normally he was a Chevy guy. So this is kind of, I don't know what possessed him to buy this. I mean, it's a piece of trash. It's hot trash. Okay, we are streaming. So we are on this camera. I'm gonna take the microphone off. We'll go on the camera's microphone. On the camera's microphone. Okay, so now we should be on the camera microphone. So that's our beautiful Wi-Fi antenna. Let me get my phone out so I can watch this stream. See how bad it gets. We'll see how far we can get away from here. That was my channel. What happened? No, there we go. There's my channel. That's why you buy Ford, because they're hot mess. Oh, I just gotta turn that down.
James Bond says, it looks cool though, that the main thing, that's why I buy Ford, LOL.
Yeah. Let's see. So that's our hot mess Wi-Fi antenna. I'm watching the delay. It says live, but it's not live.
Thomas Vermuren says, better sound.
Yeah, it's well, the can't. So let's do a walk away from the truck. We'll see how far away we can get. I'm on a delay, so I won't see a problem for a while. Well, that didn't last very long. Okay. I don't know why I went black so quick. I'll do a little bit more of a distance test this time. Okay. Let's try to get a little bit closer to the back of the truck. It's weird. I get too close and it like overloads.
James Bond says, it's okay if the loading so far so good on my end.
That's weird. I don't know if it's. So I'm getting like random blackouts. We're up against the back of the truck right now. This would be our rear view.
James Bond says, now it's gone.
And it's back now. This would be our rear view mount. Oh yeah, now it's gone again. What the hell? Okay, well that was with it touching the metal. So that would ground it out. So with us not.
James Bond says, that line, the cost of 0 007 good TCU.
Yeah. Just looking for jitters. Walk back a little further. Alright, I'm gonna move the antenna because I don't have line of sight. I'm gonna try to see if I can get... I noticed when I was in the back of the truck I couldn't see the antenna, so I'm gonna try to put the antenna a little bit further out. See if the box doesn't block it as much. Now this is our... Now we're set up like this. Hilarious. And this is about as far away as I want to get. So if this can be stable, this would be good. Well, it works better than not having the antenna at all, trust me. We can't go anywhere without the antenna at all. You want me to head over and start working on that stuff, or are you gonna need me here?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have you be the one getting the asphalt.
Okay, where are we going to get asphalt?
That's what I'm gonna see. We need some wood in play last time. Go over there and start working on it, and then I'm gonna call you hey,
Okay, whatever, let me know. We're just doing some testing and tuning. We're trying to get Wi-Fi outside the truck.
I seen that.
So when I'm working on stuff, I could like put my little chest plate on.
Yeah, and make it work.
And be able to let them see, or when we're loading or unloading the trailer.
Yeah, I looked at this one video. Someone said something about the Wi-Fi, put it on the truck. He was like, well, my boss is gonna see it and say something. He's not the type to not pay attention. I'm laughing.
Yeah. Well, they're like telling me to make, put stuff on there to look like it's a science project, and I'm like, yeah, he's not cool with science projects. No. It's got to look somewhat regular,
yeah.
All right, cool beans. Yeah, see, I told you. All right, we're gonna try 720, see if that works a little bit better, like Fry suggested. I gotta come back to the truck to make those changes, but I mean, 1080 worked. I mean, there were a couple of dropouts, but we'll drop her down to camera. So I told you my boss watches these videos.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hi brain, hi fry. Welcome in, guys."
Good morning. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Alright, oh yeah, she was set at 6 megabits. I don't know why she was cranked up so high. Maybe see.
At Fry TV says, "Hey, at Thomas Vermeeren."
Let's try 1080 at 2 megabit instead of 6. See if that wants to
At
work
Brian
better.
Acosta 007 says, "Thanks at Chris Ayers 007, glad to be back."
Alright. There we go. So let's see how this does at 2 megabits at 1080.
James Bond says, at Brian Acosta 007, cheers mate.
Part of the problem too is we're also having the main internet. If you look at the biddle rate of the main internet, it's bouncing around too. So it might not all be the action cam connection. Could be our connection to the internet. I'm gonna work my way down. I'm gonna
At Thomas Vermeer. At Thomas Vermeeren says, "So 2 day 2x007 here, hihihi."
Yeah, it really does not like when this camera disconnects. It throws. You guys don't have the stats when I change into the other camera. I forgot. I can put those in. Let's see.
Choctaw County says, "We don't have stats in upper right of screen."
Yeah. No, that's right. Let's see. Speed location. There we go. Now you'll have it. DJI should, let's see, I got a widget. Should have speed and location now.
Thomas Vermeeren says, "Oh, it is early at Eric. It comes okay. Guys, time enough."
I forgot to switch microphones. We're still probably on the internal mic. Let's see. Yeah, now we're on the camera microphone. There we go. Oh, and you guys got the thing. It's just on the wrong side, but it is what it is. We're still probably on the internal mic. Let's see. Yeah, now we're on the camera microphone. There we go. All right, let's 720 at 2 megabits. Oh, and you guys got the thing. It's just a yeah, it's still not perfect. I don't know. I was hoping it'd be a little bit better than that. You know, like when I put the router outside, it works way better.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Fry, Pal and Pal Plus, at Bell at At Fry TV says, "Are you asking me?" At Thomas Vermeeren.
Oh. Yeah, just not getting the distance. I don't know.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Yes, Fry, we had Pal for 4, 3/12, 9 and Pal Plus for 16, 9.
All right, this is blacking out and we're not even on the other camera. So I don't know what the blacking out is about. We're not even on the DJI. So this is something else with the blacking out.
At Fry TV says, I was making commercials for US TV over 20 years ago, so I know all about the specs at Thomas Vermeuren. At Thomas Vermeuren says, Fry, that's damn awesome, man.
I wonder if this is our new ingest server causing the blacks.
At Fry TV says, I need to find some of my old stuff and post it on my channel at Thomas Vermeuren.
I mean, are you guys seeing this? These black screens popping up here and there? Yeah. I'm gonna try something real quick. Be right back. Alright, we switched back to Bella Box. So now,
At Thomas Vermeuren says, yes, we see Triband error. It's gonna be good, man. Don't give up.
yeah, so now we're back on Bella Box instead of that IRL server.
At Fry TV says, it all started when you touched the cables.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything on my end. So like I said, I think it's the connection between here and OBS. So I didn't restart the app. I just changed servers.
Says, trail and error.
So I just changed servers. Instead of going to IRL server, we're going back to BellaBox Cloud. I didn't restart anything, whatever. We'll see if we have any more black screens from this point on.
Pinched Flurlp 00 Alt says, viewers SR.
We're gonna be we're loading up some broken up asphalt right now.
At Brian Acosta 007 says, yes, we see the black screens.
Yeah. Hopefully they're going to be gone now. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I wish there was an all-in-one solution that didn't cost a lot of money that could do all of this. So I could get rid of all these different hops. Holy crap, man. He doesn't like breaking up pieces into smaller chunks. So he likes to take as big of a slab as he can and hit me with it. Yeah, so those black dropouts probably had nothing to do with the actual camera connection initially. Because it was doing it on the main app, you know what I mean? We're on the main camera. So as I was saying, we're going to grab this asphalt, we're going to go dump this. Then we're going back to the shop to install a brand new carburetor. Yeah! And a valve. Which this is going to be messy. Because the guys broke the handle off the valve. So that's not going to be fun. Because that thing's always covered in seal coat material. I think we're done for testing right now. We'll try it when we get back to the shop. We're gonna stick our antenna inside the truck. Oh, I didn't think about that. It's a little longer. It's a little too long. That's what she said. It's a little too long. Not so deep. All right, so we're bringing the antenna inside.
James Bond says, okay, Eric.
Yeah. And then we're going to run up to Green Bay to get asphalt, I guess, which sucks. Sucks that we got to go that far up. I told you my boss watches these videos, though. He knew that we had a conversation about it. The Wi-Fi couldn't look like it's a hobby store project. All right, I'm gonna go get my paycheck real quick.
At Jim Rockford 777 says, everyone have a safe and blessed day. Choctaw County says, bye Jim. James Bond says, at Jim Rockford 777 cheers mate. At Jim Rockford 777 says, Chris, cheers. James Bond says, thanks Jim, hope you have a great day sir.
Okay, I'm sorry for neglecting you guys. It's all my fault. The boss wanted to conversate. But good news is we're getting a new drone. The boss is buying the DJI Nano 2. So we're going to have that drone. It's going to be here tomorrow, which is awesome. He's also added more to my repair list. I've got to get some type of adapter for this. So fun, fun, fun. Because somehow they lost the tip. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry for neglecting you guys. I apologize. They are just digging out the hole. I guess the ground was like super soft. Even though it didn't collapse underneath the weight of the trucks when we were backing up underneath it, it's still collapsed, so we're digging it way out. Yeah, I got him into a drone. Then we were talking about...
James Bond says, aha, you talked him into it in the end, Eric, haha.
Yeah. Well, that job we worked yesterday, you know, being right there on the lake, you know, beautiful house, would have made for a really good drone video, and I didn't have mine. You know, I'm not required to bring my personal drone in every day. So it wasn't my responsibility. You know, now that he has his drone, you know, he can fly it however he wants, or he can have me fly it however he wants. And he can do whatever he wants with the video, and it's not, you know, now it's a piece of his equipment. You know, it'll stay in the truck, or it'll stay in his truck, or whatever. I could.
Choctaw County says, you going to show prep work?
Yeah, I suppose I could. Let me get... We're kind of in a funky spot to do it, though. But I can probably figure out something. Give me a second. We're almost done. We're about to leave. But yeah, I could probably make something work for you guys.
Choctaw County says, charge him for using yours every time.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why we sat here and we were just shooting the shit. Very rarely do we have time to just sit down and shoot the shit. So we were kind of doing that.
Choctaw County says, don't worry.
Let's see. I'm like falling across the truck.
At Thomas Vermuren says, Eric, drone use SVT or public TV VRT at some TV programs.
I wish you guys had an inside camera to see how fucking laid out I am to try to put that camera up. Holy shit. That was trippy.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yeah, you can see we're digging it way the hell down.
James Bond says, nice cool view. I like how there's a US flag everywhere on every street in America. Get this, Eric, in the UK it's racist to fly the UK or England flag. My neighbor got fined $2,000 by the council, no joke, haha.
That's just stupid. Yeah, the UK is just falling apart the way it sounds. But it's not like America's
Choctaw
much
County
better.
says, that's sand.
Yeah, yeah. It's crap.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, also we have RTBF Brus BRFBX12 for public media, cause of our different regions at Belgium.
Yeah.
James Bond says, well, they say it may offend migrants, lol, this woke ideology is out of hand.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Choctaw County says, so basically the country you live in is no country.
Sounds that way. Make a quick phone call.
James Bond says, at Choctaw County Wick 8362, the UK is like a country in a country now, lol, the divided kingdom not united anymore here.
Hey Mike, did you ever get a price on that fast fuel system? I talked to the boss about it. If we're in the ballpark of that $1,000 installed, then just get it coming, okay? Unless it's like some major difference, you know. But if we're still within that ballpark, you know, then just get her coming and let me know, okay? All right, cool beans, sir. All right, bye-bye. All right. Sorry, quick phone call. That's what I do. I handle all the problems. So we're going to install a fast fuel system into this truck, which is going to add an electronic lift pump and 2 extra fuel filters. So
Choctaw County says, so you don't live in Great Britain? At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, Scotland wants go to our Europe or the EU. They aren't UK minded.
Oh, question. Have we had any more black screens, random black screens, since we switched back to Bella Box?
Choctaw County says, have you watched Jack Ainsley, Chris?
Ah, tired.
Choctaw County says, no black screens.
Gotcha. See, sometimes I don't know. So that probably had nothing to do with the external camera initially.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeer and Shetland Islands look nice, and Eric, no, I have not seen another black screen.
Yeah. Well, when we get back to working on stuff, we'll park the truck near the project, and we'll get out with the chest plate on and the GoPro, and we'll see if we can work on it.
County 8362, not seen it.
Yeah, that's good.
At Thomas Vermeer and says, Chalk, be respectful to UK, Jen, and stay in, that's all. Chris, I said that it's gonna be okay to stream. James Bond says, okay at Thomas Vermeuren.
I think we're about ready to get going.
Choctaw County says, he's from Newcastle and him and wife Paige is back for second time in United States with them headquarters out of Birmingham, Alabama. James Bond says, UK too expensive too. Imagine paying $2,000 a month for a studio apartment with no garden, Eric, and I pay $500 a month just to run my car.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You want to know what I pay? Because I own my house. I think they upped my taxes like $2,000 a year
At Thomas
now.
Vermeer says, Chris, Cornwell seen at YT on our Philips TV with parents and look nice to see.
So basically my living expenses right now are $2,000 a year divided by 12,
James Bond
$166
says,
a month.
at Thomas Vermeeren, yeah, it's nice there, but no work in those places.
So that's basically my rent is $166 a month, which is too much because my house is not worth $2,000 a year in taxes.
Okay, at Choctaw County, 8,362. Choctaw County says, they experience different parts of United States and visits eating places on their travels. Couldn't work here.
Why couldn't you work here? I mean, we've got a female employee.
James Bond says, yet UK is loco, and if I include all my taxes, I'm paying near $3,000 a month in total, Eric.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy.
So just over $41 bucks a week, bargain, LOL. Choctaw County says, acre of land here with no building on it. Taxes are $16.
I just want an acre or two of land that I can put a pole building on. Can't find it. Just cannot find it. The problem is that every piece of land has got so many zoning rules and stuff that it's made it impossible to build.
James Bond says, at Choctaw County, 8,362, easy to get work in USA as I did it before Amazon's manager sponsored me for employment, and I worked there in LA for over a year before my breakup. Choctaw County says, there's also a New Zealand family here in their second season exploring United States. At Lisa Webb Q3B says, good morning everyone.
Hi Lisa, how you doing?
Hi Chris. James Bond says, hello Lisa, good morning. At Lisa Webb Q3B says, hi Chalk. Good morning Eric.
Good morning. Yeah, I can't believe how much we're having to dig out to try to get to a good footing.
Choctaw County says, there's no rules here, Eric.
Yeah.
James Bond says, only thing I did not like about when I got my work visa was they charged me over $500 to get it, LOL.
That's crazy.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, but Chris, your Pillock private broadcaster BBC is the oldest broadcaster that operates 2 day and at 30 fun on Turnet only without stations anymore is the plan.
We're repairing this driveway. Unfortunately, the supporting material wasn't strong enough.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, I took a shower.
That's good. I'm responding to Lisa's message that's going to come up on TTS. She said, are we making a new driveway? We laid this driveway, but I guess the under foundation wasn't strong enough. There was too much sand in it.
I'm doing well.
So we're repairing this driveway. I mean, you can see we laid it
At
pretty
Thomas
thick.
Vermeeren says, hi Lisa, welcome in today.
I mean, you look at the edge, that's at least a 4 or 5 inch slab there.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, this fun to watch. Choctaw County says, Lisa, where is my cold chicken plate? At Lisa Web Q3B says, hi Thomas. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, BBC is bad company, my friend. Most of the people who work there been convicted of bad crimes like Jimmy Savile and the news presenters. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, it is heat at the Belgian way of going, live at socials cozy, he.
Alright, looks like they're cleaning up. We're gonna get ready to start moving. Cause we gotta go and we gotta dump this.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, they are making new driveway. Soon I'm ordering. Oh, okay.
All right, we going. We go, bye-bye.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris Beater to all parts of BBC to go. Rivet and better no public BBC. Euro News is our Europe global channel. It has also Africa News.
He's nuts.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, nice houses.
Yeah.
LOL.
Yeah. He was doing the, the princess wave, at first, Then he decided to do the Hail Hitler. I don't know why.
In the fridge, Thomas.
Which I guess he can get away with because he's Mexican, so it's kind of funny. It's not a white guy doing it.
LOL.
Yeah. Let's go!
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, enjoy the cake. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, yes. It's Candle Thomas. LOL.
Let's go!
James Bond says, cool, let's roll.
Yeah, I didn't bother to set up the tablet yet. I just set up the two phones. And obviously all the crap
At
up here.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, that thing they takes the sand. Lay me think at Wally hee.
Oh, the skidster makes you think of Wally. Wally. I love that movie. Even though I'm an adult, I still love that movie.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, my fabric is coming tomorrow. I'm sewing American flag with pillows.
Cool beans.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, okay, Pete, we go again soon driving. James Bond says, LOL at Thomas Vermeeren, Wally the robot, and haha Eric, your co-worker's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah. He's a good guy. Well, they're starting to come around to the fact that they know I'm live streaming and that they're going to be on
At
camera.
Lisa Q3B says, let's go.
So it's just become a realization to them. Because they're in public. And legally in public, I can film.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, USA is 250 years and I put that YY Lo-Fi stream PF odd at a playlist at my YT channel. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Thomas, yes. That's
some old steel putting in work. That old dozer there.
James Bond says, John Cleese did it best in Faulty Towers to the Germans when he took the piss out of them. BBC show that is too, haha.
That is an old dozer.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Chris.
Money, money, money.
At Thomas Vermeer says, back on track.
Yep.
James Bond says, Lisa, do you know Faulty Towers? Or Monty Python?
I've heard of Monty Python, but I really have never watched much of my Monty Python. This was never my thing.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, no I don't, Chris, LOL. James Bond says, yes please Lisa. At Lisa Web Q3B says, okay Chris.
Let's go!
James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B, look it up on YouTube. He used to get away with a lot of things you can't do nowadays as it was made in the 1970s. At Lisa Web Q3B says, I born in 70s.
Me too. Ooh, tractor days.
At Thomas Vermeer says, Lisa and I at May 1990. James Bond says, I kid you not, Eric, on Monty Python. The guy dressed as Hitler on a London street with full Nazi flags etc. and no one said anything back then, LOL. Nowadays he'd be in the jail.
Gotcha. I mean, I know who Monty Python is. I just never really watched it. I don't know if it just wasn't as popular here in the United States. I know it's like a cult thing now.
At Thomas Vermeer says, Lisa, I am born in 90s. He.
Yeah, Chris is a youngin'. Alright, so now we go and we work on stuff.
Stein at the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yeah, the AI overlord. Seeing how we're going to be out of the vehicle, I suppose I should charge that camera up a bit. Although I've got spare batteries, I keep forgetting about that. I bought spare batteries. That was smart, right? Buy a spare battery for the action camera. Come on. There we go. Get this thing charging.
James Bond says, yeah, it was big in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard of Monty Python. I know it's a big deal. I just, yeah, I don't know.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, here we go again.
About what? Yeah.
James Bond says, I am 1986.
Gotcha. Oh, I thought you said 90s. Maybe that was somebody else that said 90s.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, 16 more days until my birthday.
That's cool. Mine's a little over about a month. A little over a month.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, my brother at the same year too. James Bond says, nice Lisa, hope it goes well for your birthday. At Thomas Vermeeren cool. At Lisa Web Q3B says, thank you Chris.
So hopefully the boss didn't throw me a curveball with this tip he wants me to replace. He said he ended up ordering too big of a
James
one.
Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B cheers.
So I'm gonna have to figure out how to make that work. Somehow they lost the old tip. I don't get how you lose the tip.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, I might go to Zoo Chris on my birthday. Cheers Chris. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, was it a nice B-day for you? James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B cool. I am 40 but Josh keeps taking the piss out of me saying don't make me ground you young man haha. In my photos I only look like 19 years old haha. At Lisa Web Q3B says, Thomas, not until June 5th. I will be big 50. At Hustafenson 2957 says, "Mornin' y'all, what a wild night last night. Got a service call from the sheriff's office lady with a flat tire and no spare or tools. I keep a few good enough tires but none were the right size."
Gotcha. Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. There you. Good to see you again. We're actually off to go and...
James Bond says, "Boss keeping you busy, Eric, that's the main thing, LOL."
Yeah. Keeps the money coming into my pocket. Oh yeah, I got to deposit my check. I got my check today. Yay. I like my money.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Okay, I was born at Thursday, May 17, 1990, but you enjoy Copy Day Street next month." At Lisa Webb Q3B says, "Happy belated birthday, Thomas."
Happy belated birthday, Thomas.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Lisa, okay, made 50 a great party PFR, yeah." James Bond says, at Hustafenson 2957, "Good morning, welcome in."
Good morning, welcome in.
At Lisa Webb Q3B says, "Thomas, yes." Hello, Hugh. At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hug, hi enough your equipment problem, now everything nice." At Hustafenson 2957 says, "Had to convince a buddy of mine to open his tire shop at 11:30 at night and dig through his tires."
See, that's good when you got friends like that and you got pull. I've got that with like a couple welding shops and heavy machinery shops. When you got good connections like that.
At Lisa Webb Q3B says, "Let's go shopping, Eric, LOL."
Yeah, we're going to do that too. I don't know if I'm going to take you guys with me, but we are going to go shopping. Most likely.
James Bond says, "That's awesome, Eric. So in the USA you still get paid by check? In the UK when someone gets paid it's automatically into their bank account every week."
If we were a bigger company, we'd have direct deposit, but yeah. I'm just happy that I get a check. For years I've worked, this was a you got paid under the table type job. which for a while
Yes, happy
worked
belated
well.
birthday to Thomas.
I mean, that worked good for a while, but you know, now that I'm single and you know, I need to show income to be able to buy cars and houses and whatever. I needed the actual
Choctaw
on payroll.
County says, direct deposit.
Yeah. So yeah, when we get back to the shop, the parking lot, the shop, and I'll sign my check and then
James
take a couple
Bond
pictures.
says, at Choctaw County Wick 8,362. Ah, that's good. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, TNX, this were nothing special, me a normal fam visit anything but an ice cream place and after eating pistolets at my home. Eric, thanks to 36 I am now, so old, hee.
Shut up. 36. You're still a young pup compared to me.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren cool.
Alright, let me know when you guys want me to head up to get the asphalt and how much. I'm almost to the shop to start working on the seal coat machine.
Ah yeah, cash in hand jobs illegal in the UK here, and yet to get finance you need that proof of income.
Yeah.
James Bond says, LOL Thomas.
See, I can't think, I wouldn't think that I would think they'd want me to go up to the plant right away. Because it's not going to take them that long to grade that out.
Choctaw County says, just a way for government to keep up with you.
Yeah. Just a way for the government to dip their hands into your pocket and take your money. That's what it is. It's the government taking their little cut. I mean, we went to war with England over a tax. Holy crap, this section of road's so bad. But here we're taxed to death, and we just take it. It's just crazy. Went to war over taxes, and here we let the government tax the shit out of us.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, what is black money? At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, I feral me not old, but I feel not as a teen.
Yeah, I hear ya. I remember my 30s. It's when you start to feel old. You start going, oh. You start making the old man noises. You get up out of a chair and it's like, ugh. Then you realize you're getting there.
Yep, that Beatles song was right. The taxman will tax us on everything in the end, haha.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed. You know, they found all that money that was being abused, and unfortunately, they really haven't done anything about it.
Toyota's rear suspension bouncing up and down too, haha.
Yeah.
Janet Fanny says, "Good morning, Eric."
Good morning. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you again. I think we're going to go for a tripod mount today.
Thomas Vermeeren says, "Chris, it's a sissy I'm against for having no cash in hand. Also forbidden at Belgium. All money must be registered with that system at Belgium." James Bond says, "Good morning, Annie." Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hi Annie, the road is nice." James Bond says, Thomas Vermeeren, "Yes, so we have same system in UK, but illegal people still get paid in cash by barbershops, nail bars, restaurants, etc."
Yeah. Yeah, for the longest time we weren't a legit company in the aspect of payroll and stuff. And at the time it didn't matter because I had...
Fanny says, "Hi Thomas."
I had a second job that paid all my taxes and stuff, so it was just like this was my walk around money, you know. But now it's my main job.
Hi Chris.
Okay. So let's get this all set up. We don't need the truck running. So we can turn that off.
Thing says, ASMR stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, which describes a tingling sensation that some people experience in response to specific auditory or visual stimuli, a sense of well-being.
Okay. Okay. So we will throw that there. Then we will put this around my neck.
Thomas Vermeeren says, "Chris, okay, maybe a all around Europe sisium?"
Stick this around here. I guess technically I gotta take this one off. So much work.
James Bond says, "Annie, thanks," and Thomas Vermeeren, "Yeah."
The things I do for you guys. Okay. Alright. So we got this. This goes under the shirt. This goes here.
Choctaw County says, you remember how President was going to charge almost everything to be made in United States? I continually hear on the phone customer service says they are out of a state but other country.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go get the carburetor out of my car before I hook up the Wi-Fi and all that stuff and get us on the other camera. I'm gonna grab the tools.
At Joseph Newpel says, hello from Columbus, Ohio.
Hello, Columbus. Let's put our antenna outside with my welding clamp. It's so hilarious. Alright.
James Bond says, Eric needs Vince's money. Dude's gonna buy a helicopter soon, haha.
I wish.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Joseph, have a nice time with us all.
Yeah, we're gonna go first person in a second.
At Sweets Things says, the truck engine is ASMR for me on your channel, Eric.
I hear ya.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, at Belgium difficult to do that anymore by the gov rules. James Bond says, yeah, I bet Thomas. Choctaw County says, I'm in Sippy. At Thomas Vermeeren says, guys, we all are smartasses here, yeah. James Bond says, at Choctaw Countywick 8362 is Tennessee near you? That's where Bobby lives from Ride Along Gang.
Alright, we're going to switch you guys over to the outside camera. Or the one that's going to be on my chest. Which should work. I mean, we're close enough.
At Joseph Newpel says, thank you all for the warm welcome, just subscribed.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So we're going to go first person here, and we're going to go work on some stuff. Looks like we're good.
James Bond says, cheers Joseph, glad to have you aboard, sir.
Yeah, welcome, Joseph. Yeah, welcome, Joseph. Alright, so we're changing to this microphone. We should be good. Alright, let's go see if this works. Let's see live. Let's double check that this all works and things are working. Looks like we got video still. Let's see if we made it over to the actual piece of equipment. Looks good. Looks like we're still good. Okay, let's get over. This is my favorite toolkit. I was trying to tell you guys that last time. It's made by Westward. What I really like about it is it's all 3/8. It's you got 12 point and 6 point of metric and standard, going up to 22 millimeter in metric and 15/16 in standard. But I love this toolkit. We got Kick telling us how our stream is on fire. That's hilarious. I guess we'll have to have Fry wipe that out. Alright, let's see if we can get this carburetor changed out quick. You guys can hear me, right? I can kind of still hear TTS. Yep. I'm trying to see what you guys can see. Might have to turn the camera down a little because I'm working on a different angle. There, we're going to point the camera down just a little bit. Yeah, I like metric better when it comes to cars. I'm glad the cars went to metric. I don't like standard. You know, 9, 10, 11, 12 is just so much easier than trying to figure out the fractions. Yeah, no thank you. I don't want to subscribe to your Discord. Oh, it's so cold. It's so cold out here. It's windy. I don't know how good the wind I don't know how good the wind thing is. The wind filter on this. Good, good. I'm glad to hear the audio is good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, there's that extra bolt back here. I forgot. So this is the view I've been wanting to give you guys. This is the whole purpose of getting Wi-Fi outside of the truck, is that you guys can see what I'm doing. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I need some pliers. These will work. Come on. Turn off fuel. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm gonna get a paper towel.
That Sweet Thing says, pretty cool camera view, Eric. Well done. Nice job.
That's what I wanted to accomplish. That's the whole point of having the Wi-Fi on the outside. Was I wanted to be able to show you guys this type of stuff. Yes, we must listen to our AI overlord. Get to bust out my K-bar. I love this little knife. the knife away a little too early. I don't like doing stuff in the wind. I'd so rather be doing this in a shop. You know, I hate when it's windy and you try to put something down and it just wants to fly away on you. It's not fun to me. Cool beans. So there's our new carburetor gasket. And then this thing's sharp. Look at how sharp that was. Yeah, I don't even know. I think it says on the stream it's 46 degrees. Holy crap. It's so cold. It's so cold. Yeah, so this is the whole point of getting the Wi-Fi outside the truck, is I just, you know, you guys saw the stream last time. It was like, yeah, you could see I was working, but you couldn't tell what I was actually doing. I mean, this is so much better. Alright, so here's our new carburetor. Make sure everything looks the same. Looks the same. We just got to steal this arm off of here. No problem. Okay, so we got this. So basically we just got to change over the fuel line and put the carb back on, and we should be good with that part of it. Come on. Come on. You were just off here. Okay, the whole reason I'm holding the carb up like this is if the line's higher than the gas tank, if the gas line's higher than the fuel tank, it doesn't leak out. Because there is no shutoff valve on this one. So that's why I raised up the fuel line so high. Get back here. There we go. So there we got our clamp. Then we've got to get our linkage. Come on, linkage. Which just goes right in here. Come on. Then that goes there, and then good morning. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. I can kind of hear TTS from the truck, which is crazy. There we go. Hi Richard, that's the name. So there we go. So we got our throttle linkage on. I don't like this spring. We're gonna fix this spring a little. I don't like how it doesn't have enough bend on the end. We're gonna put a little bit more bend on here. It just feels like it's gonna fall off. Let's see, has that got proper bend? There we go. And get the spring installed properly. We're gonna use the pliers. Come on, get in the hole. In the hole. In the hole. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool beans. And then we got this gasket, which we didn't have. We just had a metal plate. So I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure this gasket's needed. It's going on plastic. There's ports. This might have been for a different style of carburetor mount, because there was no gasket on this side. So we're not gonna put a gasket on this side, because otherwise it would just block these ports. You see what I mean? You know, you got all these little vent ports, and they're in here too. So this must just be a gasket for a different style of carburetor mount. We gotta turn this on and this to get this to fit through the mount. Come on, get in there. There we go. Okay, and we'll turn the fuel back off for a second while we tighten everything up. Isn't this much simpler? My famous last words when I go to start it, it doesn't run. Isn't this much simpler? Here I'm boasting about, you just replaced the carburetor. And watch, it won't run. That'll be my luck. Oh, the fuel is on. Alright, so we're not leaking fuel all over the place. That's a good thing when you install your new carburetor, that you're not leaking fuel all over the place. How is this view working out? Should I tilt the camera down a little bit more, or is it money? You guys getting to see? You guys get to see everything? Okay, looks good to me. Let's get all this crap together. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. I was debating whether or not to use a tripod. All right, thank you, Chris. All right, let's go get our new ignition key. So we've got a new ignition key, and that's it. Carburetor's installed. Wasn't that so much easier than last time? Damn straight. Isn't that a nice knife? K-bar. Literally looks like a mini wrench. I don't know. It's sharp as shit. I like it. Yeah, so what I was sitting here and saying that this toolkit is nice is because it's full 6-point and 12-point in metric and standard, all 3/8 drive. And then you've also got a breaker bar, so you can sit here and you could grab, both sides if you need to get on both sides of a nut or bolt. You can get on both sides, and I mean, I do 99% of the stuff I fix, I use this toolkit. I mean, you got all your Allens, you've got your Torx, you got square drives, got Phillips, flathead, you know, you even got the security ones. Like these ones have the security holes in them. And then they also gave you the ones without the security hole, which is a little weird. I think I could have lived with just getting the security ones and then maybe getting some other bits to fill this area, but I mean, it's a really good tool set. I think it's like $200. I promote the shit out of this. It's Westward. You can pick it up at Zoro.com, or you can pick it up at Granger. It's the 125 piece set, and it's model number 6XZ82. And I can't recommend it enough. I love that set. All right, let's go get the key out of the truck. The new key, and see if she starts. Make sure she doesn't leak. Look at my messy truck. I got all this crap in here all the time. I wish I could have a nice, pretty, clean truck. I can't. I work too hard. Clean trucks are for people that don't have to work. Alright, loud notice. This is going to be loud. Choke's on, fuel's on, throttle's good. Let's see if she fires up. Alright. Fuel is on. Choke is on. Make sure that there still is fuel in here. That didn't all leak out. I mean, a little bit of fuel came out of the carburetor. Hopefully they got fuel in here. Oh, there's nothing in the can. Let me see. I expected that to start up a little faster. Flashlight. Flashlight. Oh yeah, there's no fucking fuel in it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's like no fuel. Look at all that trash that's in there. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck, people? Alright, let's go get some fuel. We're going for a fuel run. We're going to see how far we can get over here. Yeah. Alright, we're going for a fuel run. I don't know, now I'm on the other side of the truck. We're probably going to lose signal over here. Fuel run. Get this bag out of here. This is garbage. Grab my phone. Too much crap. Too much crap. Oh, we made it to the other side of the truck. Wow, I expected the stream to drop. We actually made it to the other side of the truck. That's amazing. All right, let's go get some frickin' fuel. We're just gonna stay POV. I'm not gonna take the time to switch everything. Jesus Christ. This is getting so bad.
Hustafenson 2957 says, I prefer to load my gas can in my truck and drive. People look at me weird when they see me running with a gas can.
Yeah. Yeah, it starts eventually.
James Bond says, LOL, it started eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, I could change all the camera angles and all that, but literally the gas station's right up here up the block. So I'll be getting out of the gas or out of the truck in a second.
At Richard
anyways.
Bishop TJ4E says, 10-4 copy that, Chris Ayers.
So we're here at the gas station already.
James Bond says, at Richard Bishop TJ4E, hope your day's going well. What time is it down under? Champions.
What the hell are you bitching about? Alright. Nice.
James
slow,
Bond says, at
leisurely
Lisa Red
drive.
Q3B.
Take a nice slow drive, not spill gasoline all over my truck.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, 1120 and here in Texas. We had same time Richard Bishop. At Joseph Newpel says, at Chris. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, hi Joseph.
There's patriotic for you.
At Joseph
right
Newpel says, hi Lisa smiles.
American flag on some farm equipment.
James Bond says, at Joseph Newpel.
Let's not flop the gas. Everything calm down, calm down. Alright, let's see if we can shut that off. Turn on TTS so I can hear it. Suppose I could roll the window down a little bit more. That'll make it easier to hear. Alright. Let's go put some gasoline in this thing. See if it works better. Gasoline! Gasoline! Fucking piece of shit wood that doesn't need to be here, which I don't know why it's in here. I used to have to use it, but I haven't lately.
At Thomas Vermeer says.
I gotta check my phone. Make sure these guys aren't sitting here telling me to. I think I left my phone here in the truck. Gotta make sure they haven't texted me, hey, go get asphalt. That'd be my luck. Let's see. Oh shit. Head there now. Oh shit. Alright. Yeah, we gotta just saw the heading now. Yeah, I didn't hear my phone go off. Did you guys hear my phone go off? Ugh. Let's slap some fucking fuel in this piece of shit. Okay, so the fuel tank is full of fuel. All right, we got to get going, but let's give this a quick crank and see if she starts. Let's see if we can crank this thing up real quick. Loud noise. That's weird. I don't know why this didn't start right off the bat. Choke set right.
At Thomas Vermeer and says, Chris, that are the time zones at the moment.
Shouldn't have had to take it apart. Yeah, we gotta go get asphalt. I'm just curious real quick. Yeah, I got fuel. That's weird. Freaking and fuel's obviously getting in there. Get up on there, fucker.
Thomas Vermeer and says, nice epic place for filming, Eric.
Yeah. A little disappointed. This fucker should have fired right up. It's not leaking fuel, but it's getting fuel. Oh, there she went. Ah, fuck me. There it goes. That's fucking stupid. It's still leaking fucking fuel. Brand new fucking carburetor, brand new float.
Time that the AI overlord says, hit the like, subscribe,
What a heap of
hit that
shit.
bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I hate small motors. I really do. Brand new carburetor. And for some reason it's still fucking leaking fuel. And it's leaking out of the overflow like the float isn't closing. Alright, we got to get up to the asphalt plant. Annoying as shit. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have tried to do this while we were waiting on asphalt. Should have just waited till the end of the day, but you know, boss wanted to get it done, so I had a feeling. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Brand new fucking carburetor. And the damn thing's still leaking fuel, and now I smell like fuel everywhere. Alright. off. Hey Uber Jason, how you doing? Good to see you.
At Uber Jason XX says, hi.
Hello. Yeah, it's freaking crazy. Brand new carburetor. I hate little motors. I really do. Yeah, everybody's patriotic. I see flags going up everywhere right now. Well, I guess it's Memorial Weekend. Monday's Memorial Day. So yeah, we're not going to be streaming on Monday or Friday. This Friday or next Monday, probably. Being that Monday's a holiday. Holiday. Oh, God.
At Uber Jason XX says, do you support Pride?
Do I support? Let me double check the chat so I can see that. Support Pride. What do you mean Pride? Like gay people? If you're talking about gay people, yeah, just, you know, I got no problem with what they want to do, you know. Just don't force me to participate. You know, I've got friends that are gay, they don't hit on me. I don't hit on them. They keep their party in their circle.
James Bond says, cool, great to see the U.S. flags.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you do what you do, I do what I do. We can be friends, just don't get drunk and hit on me, man.
Uber Jason XX says, that's cool. I am friend with all.
Yep. No, I'm not a religious zealot in the aspect of, like, you know, my God sits here and tells me that I must hate you and condemn you and whatever because of what you're doing. I mean, as long as it doesn't directly affect me, you know, I mean, I'm cool with it, you know.
James Bond says, Freddie Mercury was a man's man, LOL.
Yeah. Well, so was the guy from Wham. I can't remember his name right. George Michaels. Yeah, that's it. And then there's the guy from Blue Collar that played Neil. I can't remember his name. He's a good-looking guy, though. I mean, I'm comfortable enough in my sexuality that I can sit here and say that that's a good-looking guy.
James Bond says, shocking fact, Eric, did you know Freddie Mercury actually had a daughter? I kid you not.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Joseph Newell says, enjoying the content, thanks sir.
No problem. Thank you for coming and watching the content. We're trying to get things better and better. I wish we wouldn't have gotten pulled off of what we were doing. A little
James Bond says, George Michael, damn good singer though.
Yeah. I'm a little annoyed by the fact that that carburetor's leaking. I mean, it's kind of stupid. It's like brand new carburetor, and here it's pissing fuel. I had to take the bowl off the bottom and kind of flop the stupid float to get the damn thing to start, because it was stuck. It wasn't.
James Bond says, yeah, Thomas is correct. Freddie in his younger years used to go with women too.
Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, yes, Michael, his last Christmas at every deck. Hihihi.
Now, when we get up to Green Bay, I'm going to stop at the gas station, wash my hands. I thought we were like late. It was.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, yeah, but still better than hearing Mariah Carey at Christmas time, haha.
Yeah. Mariah Carey used to be all that. She's let herself go, I think, in every aspect, physically, vocally. She's not the Mariah Carey of the 90s.
James Bond says, yet she used to be nice in the 90s, but nowadays, good lord, no bueno.
Yeah. Oh, all I can smell is gasoline. It's crazy. Crazy.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, back in the days Bubbles had sung It's Christmas Time. James Bond says, there is an island called Shetland Island off the coast of Scotland. That's where I want to move to, Eric. It's 150 miles in size but only 1,000 people there.
Cool beans. I mean, I just want to be just far enough out of a city that I'm not in a city, you know, but still close enough that, you know, if I want to go to a restaurant, you know, I got a good choice of places to buy stuff and places to go eat, you know. That's all I'm asking for, you know, just a couple of acres out here in the country, not overly too close.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, a Scandinavian German 840 past Noun Fod rock the world.
Yeah.
Rock the World was a huge hit.
Yeah, so we'll get this asphalt and we'll lay it out real quick, and then we'll get back to fucking around with our stupid carburetor again. God damn this piece of shit.
Chris, active at the zeros. Joseph Newpel says, how long have you been in the asphalt business?
I've been working for this company over 15 years. And I drove dump truck for some years before that, but I never had done asphalt. So I guess the best answer is 15 years.
James Bond says, okay, at Thomas Vermeeren, and yet but here Eric, in the UK they are pushing the 15-minute cities idea. So many new homes being built, so I need to literally move to an island to escape it, haha.
I hear ya. Sorry, my mind's just distracted about this stupid carburetor and the smell of gasoline. So my brain's a little off kilter, guys. But I mean, on a good point, I mean the chest plate mounted camera, it seemed to like it worked pretty good. I don't know, did you guys see any glitches or have any audio oddities, or I don't know, I wasn't able to watch it. I mean, I was able to just kind of see it on my phone, but it seemed like it was doing pretty good.
James Bond says, Okay, Eric.
Holy crap, we lost 10 people that were watching. At least according to what the app's telling me. We had 20. All of a sudden I look down, now we're at 10. Oh well.
The chest camera worked well.
Yeah. Which means the Wi-Fi worked well. That's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. We're getting there. We are getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. This guy just doesn't want me to pass him. So I'm just going to step it up a little. I'm just going to pass him. And away we go. Oh, really?
Choctaw County says, when you were outside you had a black screen midway through the repair.
Gotcha.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, soon we had our food delivered home from Trenty. Very good and much for lower price for that you pay and nice taste yummy.
Okay. Yeah, I need to grab something myself.
Thomas Vermeeren says, soon 6 p.m. at Belgium and 5 p.m. at UK.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Choctaw County says, do you all have Brian meats up there, Eric?
I've never heard of Brian's Meats. I'm guessing that's a local thing.
Thomas Vermeeren says, soon 7 p.m. at Belgium and 6 p.m. at UK. Sorry.
We've got Miss Fields, which is a big meat market Then we've also got Johnson's, because they make Johnsonville brats, just outside of the town I live in. So we've got Johnsonville brats. We've got Old Wisconsin. They make beef sticks and stuff like that.
Thomas Vermeeren says, at UK 6 p.m. soon. Chris, enjoy ya dinner. At Lisa Web Q3B says, I'm having leftover chicken from yesterday.
Yeah. I had some burger patties in the morning. I heated them up last night, or cooked them last night, and then I microwaved them this morning. I don't know. I need to change
James
brands.
Bond says, cheers at Thomas Vermeeren.
I need to change burger patty brands. I don't know. I'm not liking. I was getting those Bubba burgers, and I don't know. I'm not enjoying the flavor of them.
Lisa, enjoy those leftovers.
You know, maybe they'd be better on the grill, but I'm just cooking them in a pan.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, enjoy it. At Lisa Web Q3B says, thank you. Choctaw County says, it originated in West Point, MS, and later had to move to Kentucky because of OSHA facility rules. You would love their hot dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who makes the hot dogs for Quick Trip.
At Lisa
they're
Web
pretty good.
Q3B says, cool Eric.
They're expensive though. $2.25 a hot dog is a little on the ridiculous side.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, delivering at home or just at the door? Us nice. He.
Yeah.
Choctaw County says, hey Lisa, you are eating my plate. At Lisa Web Q3B says, yes. Thomas Vermeeren says, chop, hickety. James Bond says, hot diggity dog.
Hot diggity dog. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, wow. Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, food at the door delivering is nice.
Yeah.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, do you buy organic bananas?
No, I just buy regular bananas. A lot of times I'll pick them up at Quick Trip.
Choctaw County says, what you doing for Memorial Day, Eric?
I didn't really think about it. I don't really have any set plans. Probably just catch up on shit I need to fix. You know, I'm usually so busy I don't have time to take
James
care of my
Bond
stuff.
says, Oscar Mayer's hot dogs, wonder what happened to those?
Yeah, they're still around. You know, so probably just going to be fix shit I got to do. Or maybe a rest day, I don't know. 4-day weekend, I mean.
At Joseph Newpel says, what sports you like, Eric?
Not really much into sports. I used to like racing, but then Earnhardt died. Just kind of lost it for me. Used to watch wrestling, but then I figured out it was all scripted, and then I lost interest in that.
3B says, oh, okay.
I think football is pretty much scripted too. They already know the outcome of who's going to win. I don't know. Just sports don't really interest me. I'd rather go play a sport than watch a sport. I'm a weird person. I'm a weird duck that way. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I can give two shits about sports.
James Bond says, cheers, Eric, and it's a holiday in the UK too, so that's cool.
Ah. I didn't know that. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, so I don't know. I've got maybe I'll get one of the bikes out if the weather's good enough.
Says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I've got that white semi that's next to the project we're working on. I got to get it up and running. Got to do some work on it, so maybe I'll swing over and do that this weekend.
Even UFC is scripted now. I did enjoy seeing Anthony Joshua destroy Jake Paul though, haha.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they were saying when he sticks out his tongue, he's like, you know, whatever. That's supposed to be the sign for people to like slow down. They're hitting too hard or whatever. And this guy must have just been like, yeah, I'm just gonna knock your ass out. Which is funny. It's cool. Yeah, here he fought Tyson, and it's like, yeah,
James Bond says, the holiday is called Thank America for Saving Our Ass in World War II, haha. Well, that's what I call it.
Yeah, what do they actually call it?
Lisa Wet Q3B says, my grandpa was in World War II, Chris.
Yeah, mine was too. He was a steam fitter. He ended up doing like hydraulic lines and stuff in airplanes or whatever. He ended up getting the Distinguished Service Cross. So he actually got a medal.
Mississippi State plays Georgia on YouTube in baseball today at 4 Eastern Time. We lost all 3 games to them this year.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he did to get the Distinguished Service Cross, but he was very proud of it.
James Bond says, yeah, Anthony Joshua grew up in a tough ghetto in Brixton, London. It was not wise of Jake Paul to mock him, haha.
Yeah. Well, he did it with the anticipation that he thought that that guy was bought and paid for, I bet. Because, I mean, you could see Tyson,
Spring break holiday, it's called in UK.
You can see that Tyson pulled his punches. Hey, we got some more people that came back. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Thanks for coming in.
Cool, Lisa and Eric. My grandpa on my dad's side was in Ireland.
Reading. This damn stereo thinks it's reading a CD. I don't know what the hell it's doing. Switched off the aux. Thinks it was reading a CD. I gotta replace this damn thing. That or I gotta pull it out and take it apart. That's why the TTS cut you off. For some reason we hit a bump and it thought it was reading a CD. And there is no CD.
Choctaw County says, I missed the day they had the military test. Only day I missed out of last 3 years of secondary school.
Yeah. I tried to join the military. I went in and talked to the recruiter and, you know, he just asked me the basic questions, you know.
James Bond says, yes, some people can't be bribed with money.
Yeah.
Tyson went easy on Jake as they are friends in real life, but Anthony had never met Jake Paul before, so could not give a shit about sticking to script, lol.
Yeah. So no, I tried to join and the recruiter just asked me the basic questions, I guess. You know, he said, do you have any health conditions? And I'm like, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I went for a physical for my job.
James Bond says.
And oh, now it thinks it's reading a CD
to
again.
miss it then, lol.
This is going to be really annoying if this starts doing that a lot. The lady that gave me the physical had mentioned that I had a heart murmur, and she thought that was, you know, she just mentioned it, and I was like, what's a heart murmur? So she hooked me up to the EKG, and she kind of showed me I had one. So when I told the recruiter, yeah, no, I mean, the only thing I know of is I got like an irregular heartbeat, a heart murmur or whatever. And he's like, yep, goodbye. And I'm like, really? He's like, yep. I was like, okay. So, yep, I didn't even get the chance to serve even if I wanted to. I mean, hell, if we would have been in a war, I'm pretty sure they would have taken anybody, any warm body. But we were during
Choctaw
peacetime.
County says, my sibling took it and he made best score of 50 students.
Yeah.
Bond says, at Choctaw County 8362 cool, they won't let me join the military. I tried joining the Air Force, but because my teeth are bad from gum disease, they won't let me join. Apparently it affects...
Alright, this is getting really annoying with this radio. It literally thinks it's reading a disc. And everything was working so perfectly. I may have to take it apart and just take away the sensor that... It's probably a sensor that senses when you put a disc in, the vibrations bouncing it, and it thinks that there's a CD being placed in, and it spins everything up on the CD side, and then it cuts the audio for the aux port. So if I take that sensor and I just cut it out, because we don't listen to CDs in this truck, that'd probably fix its wagon. What do we got here? I'm up by the plant. I'm gonna walk into the gas station, get the gas smell off my hands, but then I'll head over to the plant. Ugh. Sometimes just punching things makes it work. I don't know. We'll see. It'd been doing so good. I mean, last year this was on the list as something to replace because it started doing this last year, and I was getting annoyed with it because I would stream music.
James Bond says, I still have lots of CDs and DVDs. Physical media is valuable if a solar storm knocked out the power grid. LOL.
Yeah, I mean it is. But I mean, a solar storm, if it knocked out all that stuff, probably would knock out your CD player and your whatever anyways. So, but yeah, physical music, I mean, if I'm live streaming, I can't sit here and listen to music with you guys anyways. I mean, I even got a strike, well, I got a reprimand from YouTube even playing Fry's music. I had to sit here and I had to point out to Fry that one of his songs was being flagged.
James Bond says, yep, unless I put the CD and DVD player in the microwave as that blocks out radiation.
Well, not even the microwave, just a Faraday cage. That guy just turned right in the fucking
I
front of
tested
me.
it by putting my phone in the microwave and trying to call it, and it won't work.
Ah. Gotcha. I don't know why this guy put a speed bump here. It sucks. It's a very annoying speed bump. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Get loaded, you're done. Probably when I'm done. I'll be right back, guys.
James Bond says, speed bumps are everywhere in UK sadly. Okay, Eric.
Let's go.
James Bond says, welcome back, Eric.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I decided to grab a slice of pizza just as something to fill up my belly a little bit, and some cheese wisps, which I don't know. I know a lot of you guys are from overseas, don't get to see it. It's basically just, you know, little string cheese things. You know, they kind of tie them all up. It's mostly mozzarella cheese, I think. I'm gonna get some mozzarella cheese, but they're good. Trying to stay on that healthier diet, not buy candy bars.
James Bond says, good idea.
Yep. Trying to stay healthy. So, all right, Tesla. What he's doing. So yeah, it's just you know, a string of cheese.
James Bond says, cheese strings we call those.
Yeah. I don't know, I had somebody that didn't know what string cheese was. Actual string cheese. This is, you know, this is not actual string cheese, but so I had to go to the gas station and get a piece of string cheese to teach somebody what string cheese was.
James Bond says, LOL.
Yeah. I don't know, they'd never heard of string cheese. They didn't know what it was. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm from Wisconsin, it came up as a conversation. I don't know what channel these guys are. I think they're 22. Channel 8. Okay, hold on 1 second. Ooh, look at the grill on this truck. He hit something not so good. Look at that. Holy crap. Alright. So let's go. Come on. Let's go.
James Bond says, go, go, go.
Go, go, go. Yeah, we should go up this hill a little bit better because we're only half as heavy as we normally are. Multitasking, trying to eat while driving. It's a pink Range Rover. It's an interesting shade of pink. And it's a guy driving. looking down at his phone while he's driving. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's just fun right there.
James Bond says, LOL, another manly man there, haha.
Yeah. It is what it is. It's probably his girlfriend's car. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with pink. I may or may not have a pink shirt somewhere.
James Bond says, LOL, those Range Rovers no one in UK like us, they break down a lot.
Yeah, that didn't even look like other than the Range Rover badging, I'm like, that doesn't look like a Range Rover to me. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of its pedigree of off-roading prowess that's got left on the drawing room floor. I'm pretty sure that thing is not very capable. I could be wrong, but it did not look like something made to go off-road.
Choctaw County says, no cigs?
I had my last cigarette last week Friday.
James Bond says, you're correct, Eric. If I was going to buy an off-road vehicle, I would buy an old Land Cruiser.
Yeah. lawnmower's got a camera system on it with antennas so you can remotely drive the fucking thing. That's fucking crazy. I was looking at it and I realized there was pods up on the headache rack, and there's 4 cameras. They've literally got that lawnmower set up so that you could sit there and remotely drive it. I'm gonna let this fucker pass me just so we can take a better look at that. I want to get a brand name on that fucker. Here he comes. He didn't like me passing him. Let's take a look at this. I'll zoom you guys out a little bit. Alright, RC Mowers. Oh, you ain't getting away from me, motherfucker. We're gonna rock on this bitch.
Says, LOL, that's crazy indeed. It's not a lawnmower, it's actually Johnny 5 and it's alive, haha.
Yeah. Yeah, he thinks he's getting away from me. I can keep up with your ass, motherfucker. RC Mowers. Let's see what the other part of the brand is. He's kicking it though. He's flying. I was right. Alright, let's get up on this puppy a little bit more. So who makes this? So it's called RC Motors Auto Anonymous AUTNOMOUS. And it's A series RC Mowers A series autonomous. Yeah. And it says something robot.
Says, this reminds me of the movie Duel.
Swing robot. Robot. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna kick it down a little bit. We found out what we wanted. That's interesting.
James Bond says, LOL, 82 miles an hour, he is going well.
Yeah. Funny thing is, he was going slower than me until I passed his ass. Now he's in a hurry to get things done. So it's probably not just a remote control. It's probably, it said robotic.
James Bond says, LOL, Joseph Eric is in a duel with that guy now, haha.
I could have passed him. I wanted to read his stupid thing. I only went as fast as I needed to catch up to him. Look at my average speed. I do a good average speed.
James Bond says, yet his ego got hurt, LOL.
Well, a lot of people, they start daydreaming and they don't realize they're going as slow as they are until somebody passes them, and then they look down at the speedometer. Here's another guy. No, he was about to juice it. He got next to me and he kept falling back, and then all of a sudden I started seeing him accelerate, and now he's still fading back. But he thought about it.
James Bond says, So that is my gardener out of a job too, and even in my supermarket they replaced the cleaning guy after 40 years with the robot. Not good.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to replace your gardener. I mean, it'll replace your lawn service maybe, but you know, a gardener does more. You know, he plants bushes. You know, plants flowers. You know, does mulch. I mean, it depends on, I guess, on how sophisticated of a landscape you got. You know, trims hedges, prunes plants that are like partially dying, whatever. More than just cutting the grass. But that's kind of cool. Coming from a guy that's got a robotic lawnmower. Not that fancy, but I'm going to be setting that up this weekend, though, I'll tell you that much.
James Bond says, eventually we all be talking to robots, not humans, haha.
I mean, for all I know, you could be a robot. I don't know. You could be Claude or Grok impersonating a human. How do I know you're not a robot? But he's gone. I mean, that guy is just holding that speed. I don't even know where the hell he went. I can't even see him. I don't think he got off the freeway. Yeah, at first I thought it was just, drive-by.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, guys, the food was good. I had thin 20 centimeters cheese pie and a super tuna salad.
Cool beans. You know, I first thought it was like a tele setup where, you know.
James Bond says, LOL, I am an iRobot with human skin on like the T2000.
There you go. You know, first I thought it was like a tele-robot where you just like sit somewhere else and control the damn thing. But I guess that makes less sense. It would make more sense that it would just be a regular whatever.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris the humanoid. Dan. Yeah.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, welcome back.
I was thinking about getting one of those FPV goggle sets, because they sell little cameras, little gimbal cameras. They have a remote control lawnmower that has got like tracks, and
Thomas Vermeeren says, damn nice road, Viaja.
And I thought it'd be kind of funny to mount one of those on there and be able to be like at my house, because you know I can set up some really cool technology shit and be able to be like at my house and go mow my other property. You know, just like log in on my computer or something, put on the VR type glasses or whatever, and just be able to look around and just cut my lawn. You know, sitting in my computer chair, just drive the lawnmower around and cut the grass. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know why the hell the screen on this phone auto dims. I went into a setting under accessibility that's supposed to turn off the auto dimming on the screen, but it still dims. I don't get it.
Thomas Vermeeren says, very chillax road, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, this is highway.
James Bond says, yet I seen a team of robots do warehouse jobs on YouTube 36 hours non-stop all autonomous, so that's another job lost to AI.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't find a reliable kid to sit here and cut my lawn.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris Tam stream, yippee.
Yeah, I couldn't find a reliable kid to cut my grass, so I went out and bought a robot to do it. And it'll cut the grass night, day, whatever the hell he wants. I don't have to think about it. I have to go out there once a month, and I got to do some weed eating around the border. That's it.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren. Big Loud Jeff just followed.
Yeah, it gets annoying when the screen dims like this. It's harder for me to see stuff. Oh, cool beans. Hey, Big Loud Jeff from Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We're going to take this asphalt. We're going to dump it. And then we're going back and we're doing mechanic shit. See if we can get shit to work.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, I can see that emoji, only a little block.
That's weird. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out why that semi moved over. There's a car way the hell up there with his blinkers on. Still smell like gas. It's the one thing I don't like about gas. You can have oil, you can have everything else. You get gas on your hands, and man, that smell just doesn't want to go away. see that too often. There was a dump truck pulling a dump trailer. We don't usually run doubles in Wisconsin. So you must be transporting it up to Michigan where they do that, upper Michigan. I'm not looking forward to dealing with this stupid nozzle. I think this is going to turn into more of a shit show than the boss is letting on. And again, we're under the gun because they're going to use it tomorrow. How the hell they lost the old tip? They just used it last week. I don't get how you lose the tip over a week. What's up with this trailer?
Says, LOL.
Wonder what's going on with this trailer. He's got like multiple holes in the back. It's all bulged out. Oh, he's missing like a whole bunch of like the front. Yeah, I wonder what the deal with that trailer was.
Choctaw County says, wood chip truck.
Possible, I guess. I don't know. I mean, as an 18-wheeler trailer, I don't know. It just seems a little weird to me. You'd think you'd put that in some type of dump trailer.
Thomas Vermeeren says, good afternoon and good evening, guys. Eric, have you did lodge?
Have I did what? Oh, lunch. Right, lunch. I just had a slice of pizza from the gas station, and then some of these cheese wisps. That's all. Nothing too crazy. We're almost, well, we're getting off the freeway here. Now we gotta turn towards St. Nazianz, where the job site is. I haven't been down this way yet, so I don't know how the cell service is going to be, but we're just out here tuning and testing anyways. So I guess we're just going to find out. Oh, what's going on here? I thought it was something exciting, like a crash. Looks like it was just public works people doing some type of ditch maintenance.
Choctaw County says, down here trailers that long and allowed to be uncovered back has a door and they lift the whole truck to empty. They may vacuum them out up there.
Ah. Yeah, no, it was just weird because it had like 3 different size holes, and then, I don't know, it said performance something on the front of the trailer. You know, in kind of like more like a racing, like a race car theme. But the side of it didn't really say shit on it, so other than like it was told you what the inside dimensions were or something.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, which pizza? My mom did a medium Trenti pizza USA medium 30 centimeters. My church pie was a USA small 20 centimeters. Is it a nice pizza?
For what it wasn't bad. I mean, they make it there at the gas station. And it's about what they call a slice is usually on a normal large pizza would be about 2 slices.
Chris, funny emoji, hihi.
So, I mean, it was, I threw away the box. I mean, it was yay big. I mean, I don't know. It's a decent piece. But it was quick and hot, and they didn't have hot dogs, and got to put something in the belly every once in a while. I don't like bringing snacks and stuff with me in the truck too much, because if I have it, I'll just boredom eat. You know, it's better for me to get to the point where it's like, yeah, I gotta go get something to eat, and actually go and get something. Because if it's just so easily, readily available, I'll snack on it all day long. And that just defeats the purpose of me trying to lose weight.
James Bond says, LOL Thomas. Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, I know you can buy a solo pizza point at USA, without a whole pizza, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of cut pizza out of my diet for the most part. Like I said, that...
Choctaw County says, do you have Amish there, Eric?
Yes, we do have Amish. We've got an Amish store. We actually last year paved the parking lot for an Amish store. I wasn't streaming at the time. I don't think I was streaming.
James Bond says, get on the Ozempic, Eric, LOL.
I'm good. I mean, I was able to lose weight and get down to 235 before I kind of quit on myself on that, and got into a relationship and started putting more weight back on. So, and I mean, I was 285, 290 when I started, so I have the willpower to do it. I just, I don't know. I don't trust the Ozempic. I mean, I don't trust doctors. I don't trust drugs too much. There's just too much unknown with that shit. I'd rather try to be as natural as possible. Just don't eat garbage, you know? Cut the soda, cut the candy. You know, it sucks. I miss food. I miss good food, you know, but, you know, just eat burgers without buns, hot dogs without buns. Watch my calorie intake. I mean, I physically feel better. I don't feel, I mean, I know I'm losing weight. I gotta put my scale on a board or something, because
Thomas
it's
Vermeer
acting
says,
weird.
Chris, Ozempic is for diabetes ones. P.
Yeah. Well, Ozempic is literally turned into the miracle everybody takes fat loss drug. But no, I mean,
James Bond says, yeah, that makes sense, Eric.
I mean, if I was doing everything I could do and I wasn't losing weight and I had no other choice, then maybe I would maybe then I would give it an option. But I know I can do it. It's just a matter of willpower and, you know, just giving up things that are not good for me, or at least dropping them to the very minimum thing. Although I will tell you that when I'm on the diet, it is hard to date, because, you know, you're always trying to count calories, so you're not eating 3 meals a day, you're not always going out for dinner, you know, so a lot of the, hey, let's go out to dinner, it's like, well, you know, I'm not eating that stuff, you know.
Thomas Vermeeren says, but you then do sales by yourself with the burgers, he to make it healthier.
Do what with the burgers? I'll have to read that. But you Vandu. Okay, you got to I can't even guess what that is. But you Vandu salads by just what? Okay, okay, salads. Can do salads by itself with the burger.
Thomas Vermeuren says salads.
I got it. So basically you're saying I can do a salad also. Yeah. Yeah, I've been kind of doing the carnivore thing. That just that seems to work, you know. I mean, I get some orange juice, which has got sugar in it, but it's natural sugar. I'll drink a glass of orange juice a day. You know, so I get a little bit of my vitamins in. I should probably go try to find a good multivitamin again.
James Bond says, Thomas speaks in riddles LOL.
Oh, it's okay. No, he probably fat fingered the keyboard. Or he just typed too fast, hit send before he read it. We all do it. Usually I'm pretty good at
Choctaw County says, lettuce wraps.
Yeah, lettuce wraps. Yeah. Usually I'm pretty good at deciphering stuff, but that one I was just like, what? I'm like, TTS just was like, had nothing to do with it. And I'm like, that's weird. So then I start reading it and I'm like, yeah, I have no clue on this one. But like I said, usually I'm pretty good at deciphering what people mean.
Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris talents and burgers by self-cooking, I mean.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, for me, like I said, it's just a lot of it is watching the calories. Watching my calorie intake. And then just making better, healthier choices on stuff to eat.
James Bond says, Thomas Vermeuren okay.
I'm probably going to regret how much cheese I just ate. Population 967. There you go, Chris. I found your town. Valders, Wisconsin. What did I say? 967?
Thomas Vermeuren says, there is church with lower fat and salt too. He?
Yeah. Sometimes you're just limited by what's available where you are at the time. Yeah. This was, I went to a gas station that didn't have hot dogs, so I just had to make it work.
James Bond says, haha Eric, I will be there by next week, haha I need the solitude. Not a fan of big cities as it's like a jungle here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this town is nice because you're only like 10 minutes away from Manitowoc, which is a pretty decent town. It's not huge, but it's good enough that
Thomas Vermeeren says, nice place, Bob.
if you wanted to go to a movie, you could go to a movie. There's decent number of restaurants. But yeah, there you go. Oh. Getting tired. I was up again a little too late. That's funny. I don't care who you are, that's
Thomas
just funny right there.
Vermeeren says, Chris, but Metropole Antwerp is very green.
One of our competitors, there's a parking lot over here off this road that we're on, and one of our competitors, well, okay, that parking area, a lot of people will.
James Bond says, cool.
A lot of people will park cars to sell them and stuff, or equipment or whatever. And one of our competitors has a sign up for
Thomas Vermeeren nice.
for their asphalt company, which I just think is priceless. I bet you my boss already knows, but I'm gonna have to tell him just for the fun of it.
Choctaw County says, in a town of 900 here there would be nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, that little town, there really isn't much. I mean, there's a couple of schools. There's a couple of gas stations. There's no... Everybody just goes to Manitowoc if they need anything. I don't even know if there's a grocery store in that town. I mean, the grocery store, that's basically the gas station, I would think.
James Bond says, I did that last night, it totally messed me up this morning, as my body said no to getting up at 5 a.m. so got up at like 7:30 a.m. so was in trouble.
Yeah, I stayed up. I was online. I don't know if you guys were watching, but I went on Tommy Temper's show, and Fry came up, and we were kind of screwing around on panel till
Choctaw
close
County
to midnight.
says, is that rumble strips in middle of last road?
I don't remember seeing any. Probably just tar lines or something. We're almost to where we gotta be. Oh, getting tired. My day ain't over yet. I still gotta get this stupid seal coat machine going. I mean, it's running.
James Bond says, I was sort of watching on my phone half awake lol.
Yeah. I mean, it's running and it's not leaking as much fuel. So, I mean, I guess that's better. Yeah, I don't get it. It wasn't leaking fuel when the engine's off.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm still here, Chris.
I mean, it's not leaking fuel when the engine's off. So the vibration must be shaking the fucking float and causing it to just keep pissing fuel.
Choctaw County says, how was my chicken, Lisa?
So yeah, I don't know why.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, good. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Lisa, Jade, you any plans for the afternoon? I did my 2 hours of eelking today to a Metropole Antwerp. James Bond says, okay Lisa.
Okay, Lisa. Okay, Lisa. Okay. Okay, Lisa.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Thomas, not really.
I want him to get his truck the hell out of my way. Arrgh.
Choctaw County says, what is Metropole Antwerp?
He figured it out. Yay. Look at that.
James Bond says,
I've
LOL.
got room. And now he parks it in front of the trailer. That's hilarious. It works.
At Wally 2276 says, can I still make decent money if I get a CDL but only want to drive automatic?
Depends. I mean, more and more companies are going to automatic only fleets. So it's not as big of a deal. It's not quite as big of a deal as it used to be. Used to be a bigger deal back in the day. Now it doesn't matter quite as much. I mean, it all depends on what part of the industry you want to get into. I've never done over the road, and I hear over the road right now is just a nightmare.
James Bond says, got there in the end.
Yeah. So I couldn't recommend it. I've always driven dump truck my entire career. But then there's trade-offs with dump truck too, especially in my area, you don't tend to work all winter long. So a lot of times you got 4 or 5 months that you got to find another job.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Cha, the metropole nearby. I was born at there. It has history at Aranovo, Belgica when NYC was New Amsterdam at that time. Man.
Matches. I quit smoking. I don't smoke anymore. Why would I have a lighter on me? Oh, they're empty. Oh, sorry. Why would I have a lighter? I'm not smoking anymore.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Hi Wally, let's enjoy it here.
You should have enough to make that. All right, we're gonna try our outside antenna again.
James Bond says, LOL.
LOL. We're gonna try our outside antenna again. The Frankenstein antenna. The Frankenstein antenna. I'm telling you, that thing is hilarious. It's on a welding clamp. Let's see if that camera's still connected. It's still connected, yes. Cool beans. We've got a camera on the back of the truck. Awesome. We successfully have a camera on the back of the truck.
share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Choctaw County says, AE. At one busy ditch says, subbed, liked and clicked the notification ding-a-ling. James Bond says, cheers at one busy ditch. Welcome in. Elijah is the star of the show now. At one busy ditch says, thanks Chris. James Bond says, at one busy ditch you're welcome. At one busy ditch says, nice drivin', Eric. At Dublin Mode 5434 says, hi from United Kingdom. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi one bisxy div.
Hello. My Mikey phone died. Thanks, Fry. How could you only hear the TTS?
James Bond says, At Dublamo 5434 hello, I am in the UK too, welcome in.
How would you only be able to hear the TTS? That's weird. But yeah, no, the microphone died. So we got a backup camera.
At One Busy Ditch says, Hiya Thomas. At Fry TV says, no audio. James Bond says, yeah, I only hear the TTS Fry. At JHHI6E7 says, hello.
Hello. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
James Bond says, at JHHI6E7 hello, good to see you, welcome. At JHHI6E7 says, I'm new.
Cool beans. Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. You get to experience the backup cam that we just got working today.
At Fry TV says, cool. James Bond says, that fixed it, Eric.
Yep. Yeah, that kid that you guys see in the frame right now, he's got a good future in his life.
At JHHI6E7 says, watching from North Alabama.
Cool beans.
James Bond says, that was weird indeed, only TTS word.
Yeah, that is weird. Or the mic just happened to drop out just after TTS. Like I was literally about to speak after TTS.
At Fry TV says, I could not hear the TTS. James Bond says, at JHHI6E7 cool, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, we're doing a repair job on the driveway. It had we thought it had good foundation. We laid the whole driveway about a week ago.
TV, I could hear it, or in hearing voices, haha.
We laid the whole job about a week ago, but it started cracking and sinking just in this bottom area. So we ended up tearing it out. We took a ton out.
Hola.
I mean, if you go back in the video on the prep, we took a shitload out of this.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, tar. At JHHI6E7 says, so cool to see this point of view.
That's what all this getting Wi-Fi outside the truck, and that's what it was all about. Was being able to do stuff like this.
James Bond says, I wonder, do they get a headache working with the hot asphalt?
I don't know. Yeah, we ended up finding out that
At One Busy Ditch says, lots of us newbies today.
not that many. We ended up finding out that underneath the gravel that they had there, it was sand. So we had to dig it up and we had to put some riprap, big rock in there.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, yes, new one here like I this week. Cozy here.
Cool beans. Yeah, everybody's welcome. We talk about a little bit of everything. Some days are a little bit more chill. We just kind of listen to the engine and drive, and then sometimes we
James Bond says,
talk.
That's awesome. Good luck to that young man. Hope all will work out well for him.
Yeah, he's going to college. Going to be some type of engineer or something. He's a very smart kid. I like him. I like him a lot.
At JHHI6E7 says, you guys pouring a new asphalt driveway, nice.
Yeah, I already kind of addressed that. No, we're just fixing one that we did last week. We weren't aware that there was sand underneath it.
James Bond says, at One Busy Ditch I get headache when near hot asphalt, but I can handle it as got used to it, I guess. At JHHI6E7 says, precision is key.
No, I'm actually pretty happy that this camera view is working out.
At One Busy Ditch says, Chris, that sucks.
We dug out probably...
Chris, it's good you get used to it, however.
We probably dug her down a good 2 or 3 feet, and we put a crap load of rock in there. So I'd be really surprised.
James Bond says, at One Busy Ditch, yeah. At JHHI6E7 says, nothing like redoing a driveway because of Mother Nature and the soil underneath, LOL.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while.
James Bond says, at One Busy Ditch I will post a video where I live is next door to a building site, so I get the smell of the asphalt and the stuff they use for putting new roof tiles on, etc.
Definitely a unique view. You guys get to see the tailgate open and everything.
At One Busy Ditch says, oh man, Chris. At JHHI6E7 says, sand is not gonna cut driving over the driveway multiple times. James Bond says, at one busy ditch, yeah. He will be repairing all the machines there soon.
Yeah. Yeah, we still got a whole bunch of crap that we gotta fix, yeah. Gotta go over to Fleet Farm and
I see flames coming off it there.
there shouldn't be any flames. Unless they sprayed some diesel or something. I gotta replace the collar that holds this nipple on.
At JHHI6E7 says, oh okay nice, hopefully this time it will stay and not sink, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Then I gotta replace this valve that they broke.
James Bond says, yeah, we can actually see the magic taking place.
Well, that was the point, but you know, that's the thing, is that inside the truck you've got this metal box plus asphalt plus, you know, more metal. It just, there was no way the Wi-Fi signal inside the truck was going to get to the back.
How the processes all work together. At JHHI6E7 says, at least it's cloudy there today.
Yeah. It's nicer when it's a little bit warmer though. 52 is a little cold to be laying asphalt. But if you notice, you see the boss is out there. He's got a shovel in his hand. He's just working as much as the other guys. He's a good boss. He really is. You know, there's leaders and then there's, you know, bosses, and he's definitely you know, he's out there working just like the other guys. He could just sit on that paver all day. He doesn't have to do any of this. Yeah.
At JHHI6E7 says, it's 72 down here in Alabama. It was like 90s all last week.
I read this before TTS, but I'm going to wait for TTS.
How I first came across ya was the hotel video on your channel.
That's awesome. Yeah, I don't put up with no crap. You know, I'll fight for my rights. You ain't stealing money out of my mouth. Technically, it would have been my boss's money, but still.
James Bond says, 52 is UK cold, and it is good to see a boss who gets stuck in and not sat in an office, as in the UK too many bosses would never get their hands dirty, as there's a class system here sadly.
Yeah. I even bought extended batteries for this camera, so it should be able to stay live longer. Hey, I got my money back, so I would say I won.
James Bond says, LOL at JHHI6E7, that was a fun video, Eric won. Choctaw County says, you were a diplomat.
We didn't do their driveway, but they asked us to.
JHHI6E7 says, IDK, I just started watching it. Judging by you laughing at it, I'm in for a treat.
Yeah. They asked us to grind up a little section of their driveway and just put a patch on there. So that's a new job that just happened to be because we were here. They asked us to do it. So we're just doing a small little patch on their driveway for them.
Is the paver on the next driveway it looks like, or just cleaning it out?
Yeah, I guess I answered that before TTS. So yeah, they were just doing a little patch job on the neighbor's driveway.
At JHHI6E7 says, oh okay nice. I will be back. I gotta watch this hotel video so I'm all caught, you know.
Okay. Cool beans. Gotcha.
James Bond says, cool, making more money in the neighborhood.
Yep.
James Bond says, okay at JHHI6E7. At Joseph Newpel says, Eric, hope you get the gas leak fixed on that asphalt machine.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything I can really do about it because it doesn't leak when the engine's off, which means the float's closing. But if the engine vibrating is making the float flutter and it's going to drip a little bit of gas, there's nothing I can really do about that.
James Bond says, at Joseph Newpel, welcome back.
So yeah, I'm not sure there's anything I can do about that carburetor leaking when it's running.
At JHHI6E7 says, the guy at the front desk is a real one, just saying. I hate peoples who ask you questions when you just trying to solve the problem and get to the point of the issue.
Yeah.
At JHHI6E7 says, I would have been like, get on the phone again. I know you have your boss's calling number and tell him to get back here so I can confront him, LOL.
Oh, I had the boss's number because he contacted me directly from his phone, texting me, but it was just kind of one of these, like, I had a little time on my hands. He said about 10 minutes or so, and it was like, you know, there's a
By
point.
the way, nice thumbnail for that video and Volvo truck.
Thank you. That's a picture of the truck we're in right now. But yeah, I just sometimes I know when to push and when to kind of whatever. I didn't want the guy to come in hostile until it needed to be hostile. You know, I wanted to keep it very friendly, very light, and then when I needed to push, which at the end of the video you pretty much see, you know, my last interaction with the manager was I basically gave him an ultimatum. This is your options, because we were just running in circles. You know, he just kept saying the same shit, and I just had to lay it out. This is how it's going to be. You get to choose option A or option B. You let me know where you want to go from here. Luckily, he chose option A, which was good. I didn't give him a lot of choice. Hey, JHH, I have a way that I can change.
JHHI6E7 says, at least he knows to pick options A, LOL.
I can actually change nicknames. So if you want a different nickname, like Chris is James Bond in TTS, we can change your name to something else. Just let me know what you'd like your nickname changed to. Can't guarantee
James
it'll
Bond
always
says,
stay.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Boom, the easy way, haha.
Not guaranteeing it'll always stay. Sometimes it disappears and I have to re-enter it. But if you want a different name in TTS, we can change that. Like Nightbot is not pronounced Nightbot, which you'll see in a second.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you. At JHHI6E7 says, Train Fan 7 for my nickname, will that work?
I guess we'll have to see. You'll have to send another message and we'll have to see what comes up.
Train Fan 7 says, we'll be back, I'll be in and out.
There you go.
James Bond says, okay JHH. Train Fan 7 says, thank you, sir.
Not a problem.
James Bond says, just going to cook myself some food quickly, Eric, as it's 8 p.m. UK time and I've not eaten since 1 p.m.
Good to hear.
Welcome in, Train Fan. James Bond says, cheers, Eric.
Yep.
Train Fan 7 says, thanks for what you do out there. Even though I'm not a Wisconsin resident, I still appreciate you guys everywhere I see you guys work, not specifically your company but everywhere.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I gotta do my paycheck. I forgot about that. Damn it. Give me my paycheck. I feel like I'm gonna tear it. Jesus Christ, come on, get out of here. There we go. Holy crap.
Train Fan 7 says, I know you have enough mods, but just throwing this out there, I have past mod experience, just letting ya know.
Alright, yeah. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, we've got Fry, we got Chris, and we got Kimberly Sweets, so got quite a few mods. We don't really have a lot of stuff that needs to be moderated. Maybe as the channel grows, we'll need more. So, yeah, probably right now we're probably good. But it's always good to keep in mind. Hopefully the channel grows. Hopefully we get more people. Hopefully we can get back to the numbers we used to have at one time. I mean, during the convoy days.
Train Fan 7 says, sounds good.
Yeah, during the convoy days, we used to get thousands of people watching this channel. You know, I'd pop a live on, and it'd range from 1,000 to 2,000 people at a time. It was crazy. I doubt that we're ever going to get to those numbers, but
James Bond says, yeah.
100 would be nice. I mean, I understand I'm not a girl. There's a girl that's been on here. You know, she's middle-aged. I mean, she's not ugly. She's not, you know, whatever. You know, she's okay looking. You know, but being a woman, you know, men automatically like to be protective, I guess. I don't know how you phrase it. But yeah, she's consistently getting 100 viewers just doing Uber Eats deliveries. It's like, that's crazy. And she's only had a channel since January. You know, she's almost up to the same amount of subs I have.
Train Fan 7 says, you never know, I started my channel without any videos or content and still gained 50 subs, and now I'm at 352, so I guess it just takes time.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, but nowadays a lot of truckers going live. He and so many lives nowadays too.
Well, I mean, hopefully I'm showing like a different type of content though, you know. I mean, a lot of the other truckers are just going down the freeway for 10 hours straight, you know. I mean, I'm doing multiple camera angles. I'm working on stuff. You know. So hopefully I'll stand out a little bit versus just the other truck drivers. I mean, there are some similarities, but hopefully I'll stand out enough that it's like, you know, cool. He's doing something a little different. Are you
I
get?
have a little bit in here that I'm gonna use. Then I'll dump it in yours by the gas station.
Oh, we're going by the gas station. You know you're driving that over to Alex's when you're done, right? To Alex's? You're gonna drive that over to Alex's. Then you can show him what you want done with the bucket. All right, I'll follow you over there. Oh, didn't want to do that. Just pinched my Wi-Fi cord. Rolled the window up too far. Wasn't paying attention. You guys want to sit on that rear view camera view as we drive? I'll switch you.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, Chloe Earl has item style as yours, but yeah, so many content and live also at Insta and TikTok too nowadays and also at Twitch.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch, I'm on Kick, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Rumble, I'm on YouTube. TikTok is going to be the next one. I've got to figure out how to get that going. Because they've got their own desktop software, but they really want you to go live on their phone. So TikTok will be a little bit more weird. Like I may actually have to run a second phone just for TikTok content. Not that I'm not running 3 phones already to keep this going. Let's see if our camera's still back there. Camera's still back there. See, I have determination. I was determined to make this shit work. Gotta go get the other camera.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, but take just all the viewers at all socials at one, and maybe you have many viewers but not all at the same social.
Yeah. Holy crap. Oh.
Choctaw County says, sun broke out.
Damn straight.
Fry TV says, yes, and it looks like it was the mod you did to the router for the outside antenna that did it.
Yep. Yep. I mean, we may still expand on this because I would like to get further away from the truck.
Sunhoney Studio says, I ain't broke nothing today.
So I may throw a some type of wireless.
Fry TV says, hey at Sunhoney Studio.
I might try to hook up some type of wireless AP to the setup anyways, because I do have another router like the one we're using that I could sit
James
here.
Bond says, just fried some eggs and sausages drenched with barbecue sauce. Life is good at Sunhoney Studio. Hello.
So I've got another one of these little routers that this is a little older one, but it supports 5G also, and throw that on a battery pack. And
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Sunhoney, enjoy here at this cozy place. Hi.
and this would this literally would give me, you know, more range. So like, let's say I'm working on that that thing and I have a signal problem, I could put this up on the tripod with a battery pack
James
about
Bond says, World Cup in USA soon.
20 feet away from this and get better signal. So we've still got options. Where's my other damn... There's the one. Yeah. So yeah, literally I could take this router here. We'll switch to this real quick. So we could take this router and this battery pack and literally just plug in this router. Then I could go out to the edge of wherever I'm at right now, and then this would extend it another, you know, once this is outside and it can connect to the Wi-Fi we already have outside.
Choctaw County says,
I mean, I could get way out there. So yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, yes I reckon it's the cup itself at that white wall too, man. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, Belgium used to have best soccer team.
Although I just realized that that other router doesn't use USB-C. It uses whatever USB protocol was before USB-C. It's not mini. It's, I don't know. So I'll have to get a different cord to bring in the truck for that. Grabbed the router this morning. I was like, oh yeah, I'll grab that. Trying to nail
James
down.
Bond says, do you watch soccer, Eric?
No, not really. Like I said, I'm not a big sports fan.
At Sweets Things, hello again.
Hi, Sweets. We got the multiple camera thing working. Seems like the Wi-Fi outside of the truck's working. You missed some cool video where we had a backup camera and you could see behind the truck as I was dumping.
At Fry TV says, hey at Sweets Things. Choctaw County says, Sweets, you good at that. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, in the 90s they were crap, but thanks you like them this time. I don't have anything with soccer, everyone his thing. I like outside walking by myself, better than leaving inside at the day.
Yeah.
James Bond says, okay Eric.
And then tomorrow we're gonna have a brand new drone from the boss, but I'm not working tomorrow. So maybe you guys will get to see it Tuesday, because I'll have to play with the new drone.
Cool Thomas. At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Sweets, it's as cozy today here, he. James Bond says, I used to be great at baseball as a kid, but nowadays the in thing is cricket, and that ball will break your face if it hits as it's a solid ball, lol.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
At Sweets Things says, one of my most unusual loads. I hauled potatoes out of McAllen TX that they free-loaded into the trailer to Lay's potato chips in KY, where they put the trailer on a tipper and the potatoes roll ho tea.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Sports,
At Thomas Vermeeren says, okay, Eric, next week is drone week here, Missy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I like motocross, like motorcycle racing, off-road motorcycle racing, trophy truck stuff.
At Sweets Things says, the potatoes roll out on a conveyor belt and up into the Lay's potato chip plant.
Like watching the Baja 500, stuff like that. Off-road racing.
James Bond says, yeah, they take 5 days to do a test match in cricket, lol. Eric, you see the flames.
Yeah, he's using a torch to heat up the asphalt.
At Sweets Thing says, okay, my break is over, back to the garden for me, I'll be back, much loves.
Nice, Sweets. Alright. They're sending me
James
over
Bond
to
says,
dump.
cool.
So we are gonna switch off this camera.
At Sweets Things okay, catch you again in a while.
Take the mag mount off.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yeah, listen to the AI Overlord.
James Bond says, I like motorsports, hill climb racing and touring cars. Also I watch the Ford Mustang races too.
Yeah. I also like ice skating and gymnastics. I don't know. I mean,
Off we go again.
yeah, it's nice to see, attractive females, but it is honestly, I do like the athleticism. Is that the correct pronunciation of that word? I think I just think it's cool to watch them flip and do all their stuff, and it's relaxing, but it's still fun to watch.
James Bond says, I Overlord said donate to the channel too.
Yeah. Might have to add that in. Oh, hey, somebody that's got a channel, do me a favor. I put a chat command in. I want to see if it works. Tommy Temper helped me, said supposedly it's going to work. It's apostrophe link. So it's apostrophe LINK. Just see if it shows if it automatically shows your channel. I just want to know.
James Bond says, ice hockey more my thing, LOL, like watching the fights.
Well, I left the Wi-Fi antenna out just for shits and giggles. It's holding up to 60 mile an hour winds on a grounding clamp from Lincoln. It's a Lincoln grounding clamp, but it's working. Yeah, it worked. Cool. There we go. That's awesome.
James Bond says, yes, it is working.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for testing it out.
James Bond says, Fry has a foot fetish. Chris Dopey will be here soon. LOL. He trolls the truckers with that stuff. Haha.
Hey, everybody's got their thing. Alright. Yes, I do like lady feet, but I would not call it a fetish. Alright, I'm gonna go drain the main vein. I'll be
At Fry TV says, yes, I do like the lady feet, but I would not call it a fetish. James Bond says, Kenwood and Ride Along Gang had the guy on their channels, but he was not talking about nice feet. If I said what Mr. Dopey was saying, we all be puking. Haha. James Bond says, yes, I agree, Fry, as long as the feet belong to ladies, then I can get on board with that. LOL.
Back. We back. We're letting gravity do its job. There's some asphalt that's stuck in the back of the bed, and as it just sits up there, it's slowly falling out. So we're just on a hold. Let's see, Kenwood and the Ride Along Gang had the guy on their channel, but he was not talking nice. Feet. If I said what Mr. Dopey was
James Bond
saying,
says, guess
I'll
who's
puke.
back.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just catching up on what you guys were saying. We're just waiting for some asphalt to come out. We gotta modify. We're gonna have to put a tank on this truck or something and a pump to be able to spray some box cleaning fluid into the box. Our old paver, the operator, you know, the boss, he'd get up on the paver and he'd just spray our box, so we never have anything stick. But with this new paver, it's a lot harder to do that. So we're having more and more issues with the boxes getting coated. Alright. Well, whatever didn't come out
That's
now.
on Pony Studio says, what, no curling?
What do you mean no curling? Alright. I still think the stupid grounding clamp holding the antenna is just freaking hilarious. It looks so stupid.
That's on Pony Studio says, somehow, I got behind on the stream, but I was showing live.
It's okay. Yeah, so I get to hook up the camera behind us, and you guys get to actually watch me load the equipment for once. Although we're not taking the skidster because we're gonna drop that off. He's gonna drive that.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Sunhoney, soon 10 p.m. CEST, DST here at Belgium, UK soon 9 p.m. West, DST.
God, that Wi-Fi antenna is so funny. I think it's hilarious. It does the job though. That's the important part. I might have
James
to.
Bond says, "Yep, it looks hilarious, Eric."
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is it's on a 10-foot cord. So hypothetically, let's say the truck's parked in a way that I can't be on the driver's side and I need to get Wi-Fi to the passenger side, I could literally run it over through the other window and clamp it onto that mirror on the other side. So that's nice. There goes Glenn. Glenn, go bye-bye.
Fry TV says, "What dB gain is that antenna?"
I don't remember. I'd have to look. When we stop, I'll open up my Amazon thing. I'll have to double check. It's probably like 5 to 7 or something. I think I sent it to you. It should be in Facebook Messenger, because it was one of the options I sent to you. I think it had a higher gain at 5 gigahertz than it did at 2.4.
Fry TV says, 10-4.
Remember, you were driving that over to Alex's with the bucket. I had to yell at the guy. They loaded the paver without me hooked up to the trailer. Alright, I guess we'll do the backup camera another day. Everybody just wants to go home. The trailer's already pretty much loaded. You guys aren't really gonna see much. So we're just gonna hook up. Just gonna leave the whole skid steer, that way he can sit there and he can get the bucket.
What about the grinder then? Should I load it up here?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, load the grinder up. I'll have to figure out how to chain it down. But yeah, just load that up and then I'll
Roller. Okay.
do the roller first, the grinder next, because then for Tuesday, we'll just put the skid steer on the back.
La rola primero, después la grind, lo vas a subir ahorita. Side or the middle?
Huh?
Where do you want the roller, in the middle or the side?
Just put it all the way up to the front, because we'll put this, when we load this up on Tuesday,
On the side or the center or on the side?
put it on the side, fuck it.
Aquel put it
Yeah.
aquel.
Yeah, I guess, and then put the grinder next to it. Do you know where Alex's is, right?
Yeah, that building, the brown building.
Yeah. Just walk in there and have a talk with him, and then show him what you found, all the brakes, and about the looseness, so you get it fixed exactly how you want. Well, I want out of here too, everybody. It's understandable. Nobody wants to be here longer than they have to be. This is my form of exercise. Cranking this frickin' thing a million times. Yeah, I was thinking that myself. Put that there. Yeah, that's good. Huh? What?
Is that what we're putting on here?
Yeah, he's gonna drive the skid steer over to the repair shop, which is just down the road. So yeah. So this should work. Then Tuesday we can just put the skid steer right here. Where's the... I'm gonna have to get a separate chain for this, for the front. No, I'm gonna do a separate chain because that's too far forward. I need to pull this, but that one's good. But let me hook up the chain on this first. I'll worry about that. Here, why don't you do this one? Do this one. I'll get another chain. Yeah. Longer chain. Let me get that chain. That one right there. This one will. The one on the other side, yeah, but this one I'm going to use. Huh? You want to put this one in the tongue? There. That shouldn't go anywhere. Yeah, I couldn't tie it to the front because the front was further forward than this. So that's why I needed a separate chain just to grab this. Still getting my exercise here. Forgot I was mic'd the whole time. Damn it. Come on. This thing weighs a lot. So I can't use the faster speed At least until some of the weight transfers onto the truck. Holy fuck. Jesus. Come on. I hate when they load the paver before the trailer's on. Hey, who did this?
Huh?
This wrong. This got to go that way. Ah, son of a bitch. There we go. I love these guys, but sometimes they phone home the chaining of the equipment. Yeah, so I don't know why they did it this way, but normally the D-ring here would be facing this direction, so you could put a chain from there to here. But this one, they put it reversed, so you literally have to pull the opposite way. So all the guys, instead of hooking a chain to the front to pull tension against that, they try to put the chain the other way, which then pulls the machine forward. So yeah, crazy stuff. But there we go. Now we get to go home. Go home. Home. Get you guys here. Take our mag mount. Place it somewhere over there. Yeah, it works. Well, no, I don't get to go home. We still got to screw around with that stupid sprayer. Damn it.
James Bond says, yep, quitting time.
No, not quitting time. Working time. We still got to work. Or I still got to work. I still got to deal with that stupid thing because they need that tomorrow, even though I'm not working tomorrow. Even though I'm not working tomorrow, I still got to deal with it. Crap. I was like, oh yeah, we're going home. No, we're not. We're not going home. We still got crap we got to do.
At Thomas Vermeer says, S. Eric, you are ready with your work?
I wish I was ready. I was ready to go home, and then I realized, yeah, we still got other crap we got to go do. We're ready to go back to the shop and do the other crap we got to do. That's what we're ready for.
James Bond says, LOL Eric.
I done forgot. We have other work.
At Thomas Vermeer says, so Eric, you know what to do tomorrow. That's good.
Well, technically I'm off tomorrow, but I have to get the equipment ready for them for tomorrow because they're doing seal coating, and I don't like seal coating. What is that noise? Yeah, this job is done.
At Thomas Vermeer says, Eric, but yeah, job is done here. I mean.
Yeah. I guess Tuesday we've got a job where we're gonna have to break up some concrete. So that'll be fun. So we're probably gonna have to come over here to Braun, which we're gonna go buy. It's on our left and our right. It's a pretty big company. He inherited it from his father. Now he renamed it R. Braun. But on the left side, they do manufacturing. So all this stuff that you see on the side of the road, they make that. And then on the right side of the road, this is kind of where they do their excavating, electrical, farm supplies, hardware. I mean, I gotta give him props. He's growing. So yeah, everything to the right and the left you see is his. And then there's my buddy's shop, which you guys probably can't see. And then this is where Braun pretty much stops on the right. Stuff on the left is still his. And there we go. That's where he stops owning everything.
James Bond says, cool.
Yeah, hopefully this carburetor just sucked up some fuel and it swelled that little nipple and everything will be happy. And otherwise, I don't know what to tell the boss. You know, if it ain't leaking fuel when it's shut off and it runs and it vibrates and it's the right carb, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I mean, all the parts inside are plastic. Even the needle's plastic. It's like, are you kidding me? Whatever happened to brass?
Fry TV says, you will have to adjust that float down so it stops overflowing when it's running.
It's plastic. How do I adjust it? I can't bend it. It's not like a brass one where you could just bend it a little. It's all plastic. The only thing that's metal is the cross pin, but if you bend the cross pin, you know, it'll just rotate around on you to find the low side, and then it'll be even further out of adjustment. You might be able to bend it to get the float a little closer, but if that pin rotates, then it's just going to be further away. You know what I could do? I could just flip the gasket over and block the stupid hole. Call it a day. Yeah, the float, the pin, or the needle.
Fry TV says, while we live in a plastic world now.
Yeah, everything's plastic. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen a metal float in something, unless it was really old. Almost everything I've taken apart, you know, has plastic parts. I mean, it's a possibility. I might just have to let it run and it'll work itself into its own seat. Because it's not leaking when it's not running. Or at least it wasn't leaking when last time I looked at it. So if it's leaking while it's running, it may just have to work its way into getting its little groove or whatever.
Fry TV says, Yes, but that would make it run too fat.
It's only a droplet here and there. Now I gotta pull start this piece of shit again. Because, well, they got my jump pack. Oh, they also got the F-150 too. I could just plug into the F-150, I suppose. Hook the trailer up for them. Because it's got a brake controller, so that means it should have live power to the trailer to charge the battery.
Fry TV says, okay, just a drop, that's okay.
I mean, it's a drop, and then, you know, pause, then a drop. I mean, it's not a constant flow, it's just, you know, I don't know, I'll show you guys.
Thomas Vermuren says, even some select faces are plastic. Hit-hitty, but it's their own decision.
Yeah.
Fry TV says, yes, most are at Thomas Vermuren.
Paycheck deposited into my bank account. Gotta love it. Yeah.
James Bond says, excellent.
Well, I guarantee what it probably is the vibration of the engine is sitting here and just shaking that float. I don't know. Well, you know, like I said, we'll fire it up. We'll figure it out.
TV says, just put fuel injection on it and be done. LOL.
Yeah. Wish I could. These are the kind of problems I don't like dealing with, because now this is turning into my nightmare. Had we probably gotten the cheap generic carburetor, it would probably work. But he wanted the Honda carburetor. It is what it is. We'll fire it up. We'll let that fucker run. We got to run over to the hardware store anyways to get the adapter for the stupid spray wand. So we'll just let her run and we'll see what happens when we get back. It may just need a break-in period. I'm not gonna, there's not much more I can do, you know. I mean, if it isn't leaking fuel when
James
it's
Bond says,
not
LOL.
running. Yeah. I am definitely a YouTube certified mechanic. I'm just responding before TTS.
At Joseph Nupel says, look it up on Google or YouTube.
Someday I want to take a car and drive right underneath one of these. I think that'd be so fun.
At Fry TV says, yes, plastic needles and float is bullshit.
Oh, because I know exactly what Fry was trying to tell me to do. If it was a metal float, I could have just bent the float a little bit so that the float, when the fuel was in there, would push more pressure on the pin. You know, potentially putting more pressure on the pin before it could get to the overflow needle or the overflow spray out.
James Bond says, yeah, drive a Mini under it, haha.
Yeah. Just be driving along and just like, you know, right underneath him. You know. I mean, if the car's low enough and there's and it's narrow enough.
That's called a high boy.
Yeah. I mean, if the car's short enough and narrow enough that you can safely go right between the wheels, just go. Just keep on trucking. Gotta tighten up my antenna too. I only hand tightened it. We'll have to get a wrench out of the tool bag, tighten it up real quick.
At Fry TV says, we had one like that on the farm.
Gotcha. Yeah, I usually see them like with really big sprayer arms that fold out and then they spray like chemicals and, you know, shit like that. And they're just spaced, the treads are spaced out just right that they can go between the rows without damaging shit. But yeah, they're high like that, so like when corn and stuff is already like growing, they can still drive like over the top of it and stuff. I don't know if they use it for corn or what they use it for, but I guess that's the idea. Oh, we went green screen for a second there.
At Fry TV says, most farmer use crop dusters now.
I don't know about that, because when we're going over to where we were dumping, right off to our right-hand side is a manufacturing plant that makes those damn things, and they're constantly cranking them puppies out. So
James Bond says, I've never seen one of those in UK at Fry TV.
yeah. So I mean, crop dusting might be out there, but those things, as many of those that they're making constantly, and I see them setting them up on trucks and shipping them out, I mean, they're not going anywhere. There's still a need for that piece of equipment.
Fry TV says, well, around here we use crop dusters way more.
Oh, I imagine. I mean, you live in Texas, that's the Wild Wild West. I'm pretty sure you guys, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys sit here and tipped freaking minigun rounds and sat there and just shot a minigun into the field to sit here and plant. I mean, that is the Wild Wild West.
James Bond says, yet I bet Fry. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, Bobby.
At Fry TV says, funny and yes, shit gets real in Texas. We are hardcore.
I don't know if it's 100% hardcore. There's in some situations, it's a lack of common sense. It's just like, okay, we'll do it this way. It's like, okay. You know? Hey, just dig a hole under that stump. We'll stick, 37 sticks of dynamite underneath it. That stump will be gone. Today on the news, a whole bunch of rednecks in Texas just sent the first tree stump into outer space.
Jamis Bradshaw 9233 says, hello from deep East Texas.
Hello from deep East Texas. How you doing?
At Joseph Nupel says, LOL.
Yeah. I think somebody was confessing to something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But, you know, the timing of that
James
just
Bond
seemed
says,
perfect.
hello at Jamis Bradshaw 9233 from Texas.
Yeah. I just think the timing was kind of funny.
At Fry TV says, and yes, I am a real redneck.
No, say it's not so. Tell me you're not a redneck. You can't be a redneck. Alright, I gotta go figure this crap out. Crapola.
Hey at Jamis Bradshaw 9233. At Jamis Bradshaw 9233 says, things are bigger and better in Texas. At Thomas Vermeeren says, James, welcome in and come also in next times after today here also and enjoy. Hi man. At Thomas Vermeeren says, James, pizza sized of more than the standard 16-inch there, he at USTX? At Fry TV says, that's what she said at Jamis Bradshaw 9233. James Bond says, all my exes live in Texas. James Bond says, just want to see if TTS speaks Japanese lol. At Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, it's late in the evening, ya brain's tired, hihihi. At Joseph Nupel says, at Chris. At Fry TV says, TTS will not say pussy cat. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeuren dang it won't read the Japanese LOL on the other trucking streams. The lady speaks with high-pitched Japanese voice on TTS at Fry TV.
Let's see what I got here. Why do I have Chinese? 65%. That should be good for now. Okay. Read Japanese. Oh, I think I probably could have made it read Japanese. I think it has a way to kind of detect languages. I just probably chose not to. Okay, I think this is the. Nope, it's gotta go like that.
Christine says, Eric.
Yes. Yes, Christine, what can I do for you? Okay, gotta make sure this camera's on.
Chris. Oh yeah, we gotta put our antenna outside too. Forgot about that. Fry.
We're just saying everybody's name. Everybody's getting a shout out now. What the hell's going on here? There we go.
At Fry TV says, hey at Chris Ayers 007.
Yeah. Okay, this is turning into a wiring nightmare. What the fuck? There we go.
At Streamlabs says, 3 times combo.
Okay, 3 times combo. Good, I guess. Not sure what a 3 times combo is, but Streamlabs seems happy about it. So we'll take it.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, hi Christine.
Okay, so we're live on this.
Christine says, Thomas. Christine says, Thomas.
There we go. So now we should have this camera going. Oh yeah, fucker's still leaking. Look at this shit, Fry. Fucking cheap Chinese bullshit fucking carburetors. Fuck me. This is just bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. Here I go getting my fucking hands covered in fucking gas again. There you go, Fry. There's all your plastic. You tell me what the hell you'd adjust on this. It's nothing but fucking plastic. It's all fucking plastic, Fry. Nothing but fucking plastic. Yeah, tell me what there is to adjust. What's taking the lid off the tank gonna do? This is just fucking stupid. I want to know what the hell this adjustment is, because I don't remember seeing that on this one. Oh yeah, there it is. Must be our idle adjustment or something. Yeah, because what's happening is the fuel's coming out of here and then it runs down the racetrack and drips out of there. Yeah, it's not dripping now. Fuel's on. Well, what the fuck? Shouldn't have done that. Just because it hit the fucking air pressure doesn't mean it should shut off. That's shutting it. The linkage is literally throwing the fucking choke so far, or it's throwing it so far over, it's killing the fucking engine. That seems like a winner. I think we're doing good now. Yeah. I don't see any fuel leaks either. Fuel's still on. Let's see if we get any fuel that just leaks. Shut this. Yeah, I turned the idle up just a hair. Alright, fuel's still on. There's no fuel dripping. It's been dripping right out of here. So it's dry. Alright, let's fire it back up. Come on, you piece of shit. It's supposed to be getting power from the fucking pickup truck. I mean, I did leave the pickup truck running, didn't I? Yeah, the pickup truck's still running. Oh, son of a bitch. There we go. Alright, I'm going to say that's fixed. I'm going to call that fixed. The tank is full. Or was full. It was damn near full. I'm pretty sure. I mean, try, it's full. The tank's literally right there. It's full. I'm pretty sure it's good. Alright, now I gotta find this fucking wand. Oh, here it is. Alright. Here's the next project to our bullshit. There's actually nothing wrong with the valve. They just lost the nut. If I put a new nut on this, I wouldn't have to even change the fucking thing out. But whatever. everywhere. I wish I had a vise. Too much stuff. Too much crap.
At Ardavonza says, at Fry TV you gonna sell that brown Chevy truck?
I'm not sure if the Wi-Fi is going to make it over there. I'm going to leave you guys right here for a minute. Leave you there for a minute. I'll be right back.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, I'm having sandwiches and salad. At Fry TV says, my 67 Chevy truck at Ardavonza I am thinking about.
That's holy crap. I think I should be nice and go get him a spare nut for this so that he can have a spare valve. We're jittering. Why are we jittering? Like I'm too far away from the Wi-Fi, I guess. I see what I need. Fuck me. Jesus Christ.
TV says, yes, the Ford 300 was one of the best.
I love the Ford 300. Alright, that's it. Look, Mom, no fuel leak. So we got no fuel leak. We're good. We gotta buy a pipe adapter that's got a bigger size hole. But I'm pretty much done. I don't know if you guys want to stick around. I mean, I'm gonna have to go to the parts store to get this.
You need a socket for that job.
Yeah, I could have used a socket, but I made it happen, didn't I? Didn't I, Fry? So, yeah. So basically, I got to go and I got to take this new fitting that the boss gave me, and I've got to get.
Cardivanza says, I think I would like a 300 a lot better if it had a heavy-duty clutch.
Yeah. So I got to get this nozzle to go into that piece. So I just got to go to the hardware store. I could just go over to frickin' any hardware store and get that brass adapter. I don't have to go all the way to Farm and Fleet. So I think we're gonna end the stream. You guys saw it run. It works. All I gotta do is screw this into the end of that pipe and I'm done. So I think that's the thing. I gotta get my phone to end the stream. I didn't use the tablet. I used my phone to fire everything up. So I don't know. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the new camera angles. I think I saw the Wi-Fi chopping a little, but because I wasn't, you know, the antenna wasn't as straight on as before. But I mean, I don't know. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Yeah, we will not be live streaming tomorrow and or Monday. It'll probably be Tuesday.
James Bond says,
So,
I am
yeah.
off to bed LOL past 10 p.m. now, so we'll catch you on the next live stream. Eric, enjoy your few days of rest and see you soon at Fry TV and at Partibonza.
Alright, you guys take care. Alright. Everybody take care. I'm not gonna do any redirect because I don't have my other things set up, so it's too much work.
At